That's not on the subdivision. They don't want to talk. But we're all here to talk about it. Good. They should have been. Hi, how are you?
I didn't come this year to get my welding one.
Oh, yeah.
Right, yeah. Electrocuted.
No, we don't need that, no. Granted, after 20 years, I'm kind of respond to that, but yeah, no.
Oh, you didn't work.
That was a medical near fall.
I didn't get hot today.
Houston, did that help?
We're leaving, so that is my street.
They were doing a damage control exercise in the ship. So they called us last night. They ended up work all in an hour.
Sorry, I was reading.
And we're like, oh yeah, oh no, no.
This?
Deborah's got, you send it in louder and we can our service. Okay. I'll bring a donation.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Never held
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to take last
Filled up here. You got the water still running
Derek, Mayor, do you have any more chairs? They're gonna move you over there? Okay. That's right there, and he's moving, so they got. Yeah. Sure, that would be clear. Here's plenty. I can only turn so far.
Hey, Laura. And I'm sorry. They're working on it. We're gonna be just a little bit late. They're working on some of the technical issues that we are working to resolve permanently. Right now, we're working to resolve them temporarily so that we get the live stream.
Well, so. So a couple of things. That is recording right now, so because I go into Facebook and YouTube, it's not going to our website. Our website has an embed code on it that Vimeo to cover live stream. And I've been unsuccessful in getting Vimeo to fix that. So that's all. Until we can get that fixed, right now it's going straight to YouTube, Facebook, and then separately, as a backup, we're recording it in that camera to this device, and that's probably the official one we upload to our website.
All right, perfect. Until that. All right, just let me know when you're ready to begin. Let me.
Yeah.
right, we're going to bring this meeting, if I can have everyone sit down, please. We're gonna bring the meeting to order at 5:31. If I could have everybody close the conversations, thank you very much. All right, we're opening the meeting at 5:31. We'll start with a roll call.
Shana Martinez, District 1.
Tom Carey for District 2.
David Mears Jr. for District 4.
Darren Schroeder, Mayor, and Councilman King and Councilman Dyer are both excused. They're not going to be here tonight. So please stand with me for the pledges of allegiance and remain standing for certification. First, to the American flag. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And to the Texas flag.
On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
And we have, here we go, Terry Ballard from Calvary Community.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this group of men and women who were created equal in your image, Father God, because they could come together and speak and talk and converse. And Father, we just pray that we would be slow to speak and quick to listen, and Lord, that we would show grace to one another, to our brothers and sisters that live in this community. And we love you in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Next item is canvassing of the votes for the 2024 special call gas utility sale. It's a pretty thing. Right.
It would probably be appropriate to acknowledge Herb's absence and just say something about standing across the bridge.
I'm always careful to do that because it's a premise. So Herb has had a tragedy in the family, and so please have your thoughts and prayers with him. It's a tough situation, and we really feel for him. I know he's going through a lot. So,
We can't hear you, sir.
okay. I'm sorry. Councilman Herb has had a family tragedy, and so he's dealing with that right now. Deborah, can we fix the microphone, please? Herb Dyer has had a family tragedy, and he is dealing with that right now. And so our thoughts and our prayers and our love go out to him as he deals with this very difficult situation. If you'll keep him in your prayers, in your hearts, and give him some love and support, he could really use it. If you'll give me 1 second as she works on the. Okay.
Test.
As I said, we are working on temporary fixes until we have a permanent fix before next council meeting.
Just talk loud. We can hear you better than on that microphone.
All right. Let's continue, and then if Deborah, if you can continue to work on getting the sound up, let's everybody just please remember to speak loudly, and please do speak up if you can't hear us. Thank you. So, Deborah, did you want to cover or Scott, since she's working on that, do you want to cover the canvassing of the votes?
No, that's you.
Oh, that is me. Okay.
During the canvassing of the votes.
That's what I said. That's all right. Sorry.
This is the unofficial official count, and y'all will receive it, view it, and then accept it. And that's for the gas sale only because the general election was canceled. So each one of the members here do not have.
Okay.
You have copies of it. So I'm sorry, I was not prepared to cover this. How do I read this over? Is it itemized by precinct or just by totals?
It's by totals. Originally, when I posted it the night of the election, they had not finished the count far as the absentee voting. And so the count at that time was 298, and I believe that shows 212 total. And that's what you're certifying, this is the total.
So the total ballots cast were 312. And then the absolute totals on the other side, it's a little bit different. I'll just read the totals. For 120, against 182, cast votes 302, undervotes 10, overvotes 0, absentee voting ballots cast 16, early voting ballots cast 237, election day voting ballots cast 59, total ballots cast 320. Do we need to make a motion to accept?
You can just accept it.
Okay, we accept, so we accept the vote as it was cast. The money from city council.
Yeah, thank you to everyone who showed up and voted. Voices do matter, and it's helpful to know which direction the community wants to go. And I think we have an answer. That we're going to talk later tonight about 2 issues related to the gas system. So,
All right, thank you. Next item is swearing in ceremony for District 4 Councilmember David Merz. And we'll have a short break to follow for refreshments. Over here is okay. All right. All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, David Merz Jr.,
I, David Merz Jr.,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
or affirm
that
that I will faithfully execute the duties
I will faithfully execute the duties
of City Council District 4
of City Council District 4
for the City of Castroville of the State of Texas,
for the City of Castroville in the State of Texas,
will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend
and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Sign it. Thank you for your service yet again. Did you want to take a photo?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, wow, you're good. You're on top of it. I was paying attention to you. All right, great. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a short recess for some refreshments. If you'd like, I brought a couple of other things. This is to congratulate and appreciate David Merz for stepping up again and serving the city. I brought along a couple of things if you'd like to see from the Alsatian visit, the Alsatian Festival. We were written up in one of the papers in Alsace. The information, the paper, we actually had some people who came in from Alsace yesterday, and they dropped that off as a gift to us with a few other things. We have the Insesheim cap that was given to us from the Mayor Hobby of Insesheim, and the little keychain that we did for the training center. So please, if you'd like to take a look at that.
I encourage you for that recess at 5:40.
We'll recess at 5:40. Yes, thank you. And this one is specifically, it has our logo on the side and the Insesheim logo on the side.
Well, that's the best way to do it.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Not spies, sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, no, that is water.
You know, 30 years ago,
Yeah, exactly.
One of my officers used to be there. Another one of my officers used to be there. And the other officer was on this side that turns on. That and, yeah, they said they're ready about it. They're taking down at the next 2 weeks. It's like, that side of the office, the other side is already gone. Yep. Yeah, which I use, I have to not rock. Or anybody that's staying there, or different. We have other things on It wasn't loud
Right.
My cousin's doing all the stuff for cardiologists that work for Halbert. So, yeah. They collected all the way through.
I mean, yeah, that is terrible. So, don't know exact date, but there's basically at some point, they talk about it. Too soon, we have to imagine, you know.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like on the APs, maybe Christmas cookies, they do the blue and the red, you either have blue lips, or red lips, or red.
You know, I'm all the same. I'm not sure.
Is this working? Ours isn't. Yours is working, ours isn't. Well, but you can hear the
You understand what I'm saying? No, it was the other. This is part of you.
Kids grow so fast.
That one. Yes, you're not done.
All right. We're still gonna have microphone issues, so I'm gonna try and talk away from the microphone and we'll try to project. All right, we are going to reconvene at 5:49. Next item is citizens' comments. If you will, please, if you'd like to speak for citizens' comments, please come up, state your name and your address for the record, and let's try and keep comments to 3 minutes.
Be careful of the laptop.
Be careful of the laptop, don't hit it.
It's pre-shared.
You quiet, darn.
Protecting ferns.
All right. Not gonna thumb wrestle.
Kyle McVeigh, 307 Madrid. I have 3 little sections that I'm going to chat about real quick. One is the shelter, obviously. And I know you're coming up towards budget, and it would be nice if you would really, really try to put it in this time. Because you have the land, You're trying to get another person for animal control. So come on, guys, step up and do the right thing, please. Second thing is about the P&Z meeting the other night. I hope Mr. Carey, Councilman Carey, will bring to the fact that we had almost a full house and everybody was opposed to the new Heights Alsatian or Alsatian, whatever. Yeah, they were opposed. And it was interesting that it was the cookie cutter that we're trying to go against right now with the simple city design and everything. This is exactly what the citizens don't want. So please reconsider. I don't care what kind of contract you're in. You're a city and you can do something about it. And the last thing is the citywide yard sale. I've asked the gentleman that does the newsletter numerous times to include that because it affects everybody in the city. I was really hoping it would be in this one because it tells people, the citizens, that they can come, put their $5 down and be on a map that everybody gets and can see. Well, it wasn't done. And I'd like to know why Mr. Ham is against doing this. I know Mr. Dixon had said it was a citywide event and it should have been included. Thank you.
No, because now I'm already emotional. Sorry, this weather is tearing me up. Okay, Karen Fifield, 805 Washington Street. I have actually 4 items. I'm going to try to blow through them pretty quickly. The late fee exemption for elderly residents, still not an agenda item. If it's not on the agenda, we can't be discussed. We can't ask for input. You can't vote on anything. So please, I don't expect a resolution that night, but to put it on the agenda and make it official, that would be awesome, okay? I'm also going to recommend y'all do a town hall on subdivisions because there are a large portion of the city that is just so overwhelmed by, like Hall said, cookie cutter coming in. We don't want that. We especially don't want the people that will bring, the type of people. And yes, I do mean the drug addicts, the thieves, the kids running wild. It's going to tear the town apart. We're already seeing ramifications. And really, I don't think they've even sold any houses yet, but we're already seeing an influx. The other night, I attended your meeting with P&Z and Smart City. Why was it even scheduled? The Smart City dude ignored what P&Z had recommended. He paved the way for the developer. So I don't know who is paying him, if we're paying him or they're paying him, but I promise you he's got fingers in multiple pies because he didn't listen, didn't take into account not one recommendation that P&Z had. And finally, the lawyer, it's my understanding that Castroville's attorney is general counsel. I want to know who interpreted the House bill that y'all referred to that night of the joint meeting. The one that, it's so restrictive, we can't do this, we can't do that. Who interpreted that? Someone who actually knows what it says? Or are we guessing? Because interpretation, you can read something, I could read something, you can read something, and we will have 3 different interpretations. We need an actual, for real, legal interpretation so we know what we can and cannot do. I understand we must have growth. I get it. Without growth, you die. But I also feel very strongly that it needs to be sustainable. How am I doing? You have that look on your face. Good? Okay. Whew.
You got about a minute left.
Oh, wow. I'm completely impressed. Okay, so I feel that we need to enlist an actual legislative attorney to make sure what we think we're seeing is what the true intent of that House bill was. So, summing up, we need to get rid of late fees for elderly residents on the utility bill. We need to have a town hall discussing subdivisions where there's interaction, where the people can ask a question to the people that know and actually get a response. Okay? Again, not happy that they didn't that Smart City or whatever the hell they call themselves didn't listen to P&Z recommendations. And we need an attorney that knows legislative law. Oh my God. What? No class? Damn.
I'm sorry, clapping is not appropriate.
What is?
Clapping and hooping and coloring, and there's actually, well, let's forget about that, so. Okay, you go.
I was being sarcastic, but it's okay.
Thank you.
Good job.
I didn't know I could talk that fast. Wow, I can do speed is not one.
Bruce Alexander, 516 Vienna. The first thing I want to talk about is item number 14. When I was a public works director, I was also a licensed code enforcement officer, and there's no fun in being a code enforcement officer. They're challenged with a lot of work in trying to enforce our ordinances while dealing with public opinions, political pressures, and everything else in how to interpret the rules. So I feel for them. But I also ask the city council and the city administrator through y'all's policies on how to enforce those things, that you allow your code enforcement officer to operate basically unfeathered as long as they work within the rules established. Specifically, I do not agree with a citizen have to make a complaint before code enforcement takes action. When I see a code enforcement officer going up and down the streets slowly looking at them, I would think they're looking at eyes wide open. So they can see those lots that are a foot high or 2 foot high that need to be attention. And you don't have to wait for a citizen to make a complaint before they take action. That's what I would encourage you to allow your code enforcement officer to do it. But it begins with the support of the city council in supporting them in doing their job. I was there too many times where I was told, oh, you're in trouble because that's not the way we interpret it. Well, let them know that, and then let them go. I would encourage that. Second one, I do want to address something that was put in this recent newsletter, and it kind of piggybacks on this as far as the senior citizen discounts and other things with that. Thank you for that 65 plus discount. I knew when we passed it when I was here, it used to be 10%. Well, now it's 5%, but 5% is better than nothing, and we appreciate that. But I do question the other comment in there that says the taxes are frozen at 65, because last year I was told when I applied that, and last week I was told from the appraisal district, it only applies to the school districts in Medina County. I was told by this city when I asked for it, oh no, the city did away with that. So if it is in fact enforced, thank you. But please correct your staff in how they address that to people when they say it's not valid here anymore. And please check with the appraisal district because they say it's not valid either. But if it is, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. And then one more thing as far as a comment about paying utility bills and late fees. I don't know what the city does. I know what I do in our utility. People that are on fixed incomes or specifically Social Security, if they bring proof of that, we modify the due dates to minimize the late fees assessed to people. You don't do that for everybody. It's by case with justification. So I would encourage you to consider that to help out some of the folks that may not have their monthly checks in time to make those payments on time. That's all. Thank you.
Karen Brunaire, 112 River Forest. And I'm just, I guess at this point, just reiterating some of the things that we've been concerned about. I would like to know why the lot sizes have been reduced. That is a big concern. That is way too much density. And we found out when we were trying to build over at the, whatever house that was, when they were trying to put in all of those houses. Citizens do not want that kind of density. I don't think our resources can handle that kind of density. If they are 12,000 square feet for the citizens of Castroville, they need to be 12,000 feet for the new citizens of Castroville as well. I am wondering why we would even have planning and zoning recommendations when the developer tells you right straight to your face, we didn't take into consideration any of those recommendations, because those recommendations are coming from planning and zoning, who is getting their information from citizens about what we want in this community. My other concern is that speaking for 3 minutes at the beginning of a city council meeting is not an opportunity for the council to really hear citizen input. We need to be able to have some type of a meeting where, when the discussion is going on, we have the opportunity to speak on it and to be heard on it. I do this, I come up and say this time, and then I have to wait 2 weeks to see if it's even put on an agenda, the concerns of the public. And I really feel like most of my concerns are concerns of most of the citizens of this city. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments?
All right, Kenneth Lang, 1200 CR 5711 Lacoste. I'd like to address item 20 on the agenda, which is the airport runway length. And I would like to restate my stance that the city should zone for the current size of the airport and not put the current airport at risk due to the non-zoning and due to there being no zoning in place, and to not limit the potential of the city of Castroville for a very small chance that's been said many times over by multiple people, maybe a 1% chance that increasing the runway to 6,000 feet would require many things that are very unlikely to happen. So I also heard that my name was brought up at the last city council meeting, and I did go out and talk to some of the citizens and landowners around the airport, and there was some confusion on the map that was shown at the last city council meeting, where it was shown that the implied runway currently is 6,000 feet, and the zoning is required to support that 6,000 foot runway, which that interpretation is not correct. We're currently at 5,001 foot runway. And after talking to the landowners and based on the pushback we got from the zoning that was attempted last time, I believe it would be unwise to move forward with planning or zoning for the 6,000 foot runway. In May's Airport Advisory Council meeting, we did have a lengthy discussion on this topic, and
Scott is getting this put together. Anybody that would like to speak for citizens' comments, just because this is going to be kind of a long meeting, if you don't mind, if you're able to, please stand behind Mr. Marchman so that we can continue to go through. I would appreciate it. If you're not able to stand, please remain seating and come up and.
We'll get one more after me.
No worries.
You didn't start the timer, did you? Okay. Hi, Houston Marchman, 1616 San Jacinto Street. I just have one comment, one subject. This week, the Simple City recap of Castroville Dreaming came out, and I read it, and I was kind of stunned at some of the results that they were projecting in their graphs, which looked like most of us were really pro building on Houston Square or were pro high density. It looked wrong from what I experienced with them. So I went back and looked closer. There's 110 responses online and 155 responses in person. That's 255 responses. Those are not people. But when you graph that, it's misleading at the very least and deceiving at best. And that's my comment is I resented that it's pro developing is what their actually position is, because they didn't listen to these people or they wouldn't have built what they built. It was misleading. Thank you.
My name's Claudia Holzhaus. I live at 306 Madrid
ads in the newspaper about it and everything else. So it's, over the last 8 years, we've probably had now, I would say, somewhere in the neighborhood of 400, 450 entrants. First couple of years, obviously, were small, so we've gone up to where we've had like 80 entrants in all those different categories. So if anybody out there is interested, any of you sitting here, anybody you know, start paying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
And it helps you go on, and we proceed on and on and on. So thanks.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, come over here just to get the two of us, because one person wanted a picture of the two of us.
And then if you,
I don't know why. Yeah, I guess.
yes. And when you're done, if you'll come in front of the live stream so people can see that.
It's a rental. We'll rent it to you for $5.
All right, come on over this way.
All right. Oh, come on over, Brian, yeah. Okay.
And look into the camera right here, and, oh, just show them.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
okay. All right, I hope everybody saw that. If you want to get one, please go over to Magnolia.
Oh, Brian, yeah, okay.
All right, great.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
all right, thank you. Your duty to hang it up. All right, thanks, Brian.
Thank you, sir. All right, all right.
They will be at the filling station. I just picked
I
up.
don't know if anybody noticed, but before the Alsatian visit, Scott was over here on the weekend and he hung up all the poppy posters that were sitting on the sills. He put up some of our donations, some of our artwork donations, so thank you.
It's because we couldn't put it in the presentation. We couldn't put it in the packet. It's just a support.
All right. Next item is presentation and appropriate action on an Eagle Scout project for restoration of the existing Scout Pavilion by Emma Vasquez, Girls Troop 471.
Okay.
Sorry, basically. My apologies.
Okay, you are all set.
Hi. I am here to present to you my Eagle Scout project. So I plan to, at the Scout Pavilion at Castroville Regional, I want to take down the pavilion that is currently there because it's old and falling apart, and I want to rebuild it. So this is what the pavilion looks like at the moment. It has been up since 2008. It was built by an Eagle Scout from my troop, Henry Etter, and it is in dire need of TLC. I plan to rebuild it with this hardtop gazebo. It is on Amazon. I also plan to build a concrete slab to match with all the other pavilions at Castroville Regional. I have contacted a concrete company. They have agreed to bring out a concrete mixer for the slab. The cost is around $1,200, and they will take care of rebar and all of the. They'll take care of all of the slab. I plan to restring the flagpole because the flagpole has been without a string or a rope for a very long time, and I would like to be able to put the flagpole to use. I do plan to take donations from my extended family, as well as asking the companies that I am purchasing from, if they have any donations that they would like to give to me. I did get a donation from the concrete company. That's why the price is so low. So I plan for my project to take place around mid-May, so around, well, not necessarily now, but it's coming up to around early June. It shouldn't take too long. And once again, the cost will be completely covered.
Can we ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
So what made you decide on this project?
Well, I originally wanted to replace the tables, but then I got really carried away and went to the entire campsite, and then I had to take a few things off, which sadly did include the tables. But I still like the project, and it is what I want to do for my Eagle.
I think it's really nice that you're looking at continuing the legacy of an Eagle Scout before you, to making sure that those facilities are well cared for, rebuilt when necessary. So often, a lot of projects will come up and then they just die away and people forget about them. So I commend you on your choice of this. I think that was an excellent choice. I think it was in serious need of not repair but replacement.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have questions, comments?
I do. I love Eagle Scout projects. My son did the bird observation platforms out there. I also talked to James and his son Henry. They're thrilled that somebody's want to modernize his project. I didn't see a copy of your Eagle Scout Service Project fundraising application that's supposed to be approved by the Alamo Area Council. Do you have that, Rowdy?
I have not began fundraising yet because I am not permitted to begin yet until
Right, but you gotta have that blessed off by them before you do.
Oh, I do have their signature to move on.
So they have signed off on that form?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
just make sure you get it into your paperwork because it's not, I didn't see it in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Second, what engineer helped you plan the slab and everything?
I did talk to my engineering teacher at school. He helped me a little bit, and I also talked with the concrete company themselves. And
So
they gave me
make sure you
pointers.
annotate that they mentored you on like the design of the slab and everything like that, because they're gonna wanna see that, who mentored you, how did you get to figure how big of a slab you're gonna need and what's gonna be needed as far as materials. They do look at that. As far as the concrete, how are you gonna get it up from the road to the site?
We will be using a concrete pump.
Okay. So just make sure that's annotated in here too.
I believe it is.
Well, not in your how to get it up there?
So if I may, whenever we submitted the agenda item submission form, her workbook wasn't uploaded because it was password protected. So this one is an outdated one. She does have all the signatures on it from.
I did bring my own, but I saw that
so she has. So basically, we're just getting the blessing from council to go ahead and move with this project.
Okay, because all the other projects in the past, we had the ones with all the signatures.
Correct.
I do have the one with all the
Because that's what we
signatures.
have to sign off.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just.
I do
making
have
sure
that.
your project encounters no.
Would you like to see the
Oh, no, I'm just going through my checklist because I know what she has to go through.
She's gone through this, she knows her stuff.
Yeah, and so.
If anybody does.
Yeah,
want this.
we are basically the last check mark for her to go.
I'm just putting next time a project comes up, we need to see that.
Absolutely.
Before, not, but no, good luck to you. You know, just document everything. Who was there, your assignment sheets, everything.
Yes,
'Cause they're
ma'am.
gonna
I
wanna
have
see
I
that.
have began documenting.
Yeah, they're gonna wanna see that when you bring your final plan up to the council for approval.
Yes, ma'am.
But good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, on the flagpole, what is the plan for getting someone up the flagpole?
So we do have access to a tractor that can reach to the very top.
And you can get to the site, so.
Yes, sir. Due to Guide of Safe Scouting, a scout
younger than 18 cannot be above 4 feet off the ground. So I will be having an adult restring the flagpole as well as operate the tractor.
The other option I was thinking was climbing equipment and pussying up the pole, but that's a different process.
Yeah, it is we city staff will also help with that portion because it is a little bit on the hazardous side. So city staff will help with restringing if need be. We did talk to the electric department about restringing it, but because it is a metal pole, there's no way to climb that one. So.
Oh, but that's right, knots.
Yeah. Yeah, the location would be hard to get a cherry picker up there.
That's what I was working on.
Oh, the bridge, yeah.
Okay. Well, I have taught climbing and caving to scouts in the past and have had gear, so.
So you have a volunteer to scale the pole?
No, I'm not.
You're already halfway up, let's be honest.
I'm a little heavy for that. Thank you very much.
Is that flagpole?
Are there lights on it?
No.
That would be a good thing to ask city council. Because otherwise somebody has to take the flag down every night.
Well, usually our troop does do that.
All right, let's please keep the comments between council. Thank you. I appreciate your input, but it's not appropriate. Please.
If a scout can't go more than 4 feet off the ground, I'm gonna need to go back in time and yell at some fifth graders. I saw your presentation to the Parks and Recreation Board, and you did a really good job of incorporating their feedback and the questions they answered you, or they asked you, into your presentation tonight. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Do we need to give a formal approval? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Motion by Councilman Carey. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
2 seconds.
All right. You want to come more over it?
Rock, paper, scissors?
All right.
Oh, shoot.
And a second by Councilman Martinez. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Best to you.
Congratulations.
Good job, Sue.
I have one more question for you. If people want to donate for this, is there a way for them to do that? If people hear this, the people that are watching online want to donate?
I would recommend to contact my troop 471 out of Rio Medina.
Great. And for those of you who didn't hear online, if you contact the troop at 471 in Rio Medina, you can make donations if you like. Thank you. Next item is proclamation declaring National Public Works Week as May 19th through 25th, 2024. The proclamation as read, advancing quality of life for all, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Castroville. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for its citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and the children in the city of Castroville to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. And be it now resolved, I, Darren Schroeder, Mayor, do hereby designate the week May 19th through 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association, the government agencies, in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing the quality of life for all. This, the 14th day of May, 2024. So, yes, thank you to our public works. Can I present this to you? Mr. Alexander as well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'll accept it on my behalf.
Thank you. Please express your heart. Oh, in front of this? You gotta get the pretty background. Thank you. For the ones who always get the phone calls and now, why is it the water mains break in the winter and the sewer breaks in the summer, or they have to go to spring? Next item, consider and take appropriate action on adopting a resolution authorizing and approving publication and posting of a notice of intention to issue combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation in a maximum aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1.5 million and other matters in connection therewith.
For this, Mayor, we've got Ryan DeSanco, and we also have Representative Paul Parker. We'll have some things for you to sign. Just covering, this is, so we currently levy a drainage utility fee, which has been collecting, it was used to pay off the debt for the improvements that were made in 2002, or that time frame, 2002. That debt was paid off in 2023, and staff brought a plan to you to issue additional debt to make improvements to the same, to make repairs and improvements to the same improvements that were installed 20 years ago, because they're now failing. The item after this item, the presentation to the increase, to look at what this would pay for, the improvements on Preston Street. But this is the first step to authorizing the issuance of that debt. Brian, you want to
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Calendar?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I have the calendar here. My colleague was here 2 weeks ago, kind of laying the process going forward to issue certificates of obligation. If it's the desire of the council to go forward here tonight, they'll authorize a notice of intention that will go on the city's website and in the legal newspaper notifying that you're going to come back in your council meeting in 2 months and issue amount not to exceed 1.5 million. Now, we're still working out what the final cost of the project is. It may come in a little bit lower, but if you authorize a lower amount, you can't go above that. So we're going to pick the little bit higher ceiling. So you would go ahead, authorize tonight, as I said before, we go on the city's website to notify the citizens that you would come back at the July 23rd council meeting to authorize an amount not to exceed 1.5 million for the drainage system improvements. And then you have funds in your account on August 7th. So that's the action that we're looking for tonight. We can walk through any more steps. That's really the overview of it. I have a calendar here if you'd like to get into more detail on that. So, and as you know, you have a AA+ rating. Even though there's inflation out, the rates are still good. And with your strong credit rating, we anticipate a good rate on this. So obviously we're in an inflationary environment. Rates are up a little bit, but municipal rates have held their ground pretty well, more than some of the other sectors out there.
Great. Questions, comments? I'll start with District 1.
No comment, no question.
Just a clarifying question, would the amount that you indicated require us to raise utility rates at all?
No. The current fee is $5 per month for utility bill. That's for the drainage fee, and we'd anticipate that to stay the same. And we recognize that there are a lot more drainage related projects that are in the tens of millions of dollars. This obviously will not fund that. This is being issued to do primarily two things. One, to make improvements for Garcia Creek, and to the extent that we get bids that are favorable and it doesn't cost us as much as you issue. There were several smaller projects that were identified in our recent public meeting where we talked about drainage improvements, primarily to the Athens and south of 90 area, that were smaller in scale, where we could look at new varnishes and other things that weren't tens of millions of dollars. And so that's how the excess funds would be put to use. But it all has to be, just to be clear, it's all earmarked. It's being paid for by the drainage utility, and it must be used by the drainage utility. So these funds, when received, must be used for things that involve drainage and stormwater control.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution as read?
So moved.
I'll let them.
A motion by Councilman Burrs,
I'll second.
a second by Councilman Martinez. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item, presentation and possible action on authorizing staff to start the bidding process for the Garcia Creek Channel Stabilization Project.
I want to pause real quick. Did you, Brian, do you have stuff that we need to sign that you want to take back with you, or do you?
I'll
send it to you.
She can send it back whenever.
Perfect. All right. We'll get it at the end of the meeting. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. How long is the ground? Thank you both.
Okay. Is it okay if I present from here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, A.B. Salinas with K-Breeze. Not known to have a projecting voice, so if you can't hear me, let me know.
Here comes the mic.
Oh, no, I didn't.
I'm just showing you.
All right, so today we're here to talk about the Garcia Creek Channel Stabilization Projects. I'm gonna go through a number of pictures, maps, and just help illustrating the issue and highlighting the importance of why this project is a high priority. Starting with this map, what you see in the aerial to the right is an illustration of the velocity in the channel. And
Can we back up for a second and just identify the exact location where it is on Geneva, and just to orient people with the location?
Sure.
So you just passed Washington intersection with Geneva, and you're going in the backside of River Bluff.
Dr. Best property is on the left, it's a big open field. On the right, the historic kind of horseshoe-shaped community, older houses, and then you're entering into the River Bluff subdivision, which is kind of the upper left-hand corner of that area.
And so the area that we're talking about right now is Geneva Street. This is where we have some drainage culverts that cross the roadway, and then the channel continues down to the Medina River. So this is the area that we're looking at. And what you see in this map is an illustration of the velocities in the channel. And the higher the velocity, typically the more erosive potential the channel has. So what in green is moderately high velocities. It's borderline high. And then once we get into the yellow, the orange, and the red, as you would imagine, the red being the most severe, that is where we have the highest velocities, the highest erosion potential. But really that risk is throughout the length of the channel. The priority with this project is to try to stabilize and prioritize the embankment around the roadway so that at least we can maintain connectivity and safety of that road. So we're going to go through just more photos and explanation of the issues, and we'll talk a little bit about the solutions. It's going to require some sort of hard armoring and some sort of dissipation of the energy within the channel. So let me begin with illustrating what this looks like out on the ground. And on the top left, that photo, what you see is a bank stability issue where erosion is occurring in the channel. We now have a vertical bank that's highly unstable, and it's kind of been being held together by the soils and the root system that's out there, but this is going to continue to erode and to widen over time. This photo to the top right is the concrete apron at the downstream side of the channel. And you can see that all of the material there on the, just below the apron has eroded. And at the bottom of this image here, you can see that underneath the apron is starting to scour out beneath it. And this is a water line that comes across the channel. And so this is a high risk of as soon as this apron fails, that water line will likely collapse, and that will be a major issue. The other important thing that is to recognize is that when this was constructed, that apron, that was the channel bottom at one time. And so you can see that it's eroded quite a bit, and it's hard to appreciate the scale of what we're looking at, but these are big culverts.
I can attest, it's the one to the left. What you're not seeing is that's starting to drop in people's backyards, are starting to slide in. People used to have a garden on the top left there where that tree's down, and they haven't been able to do the garden because it's dropping off. And on both sides it's doing that. Their backyards are starting to be on the verge of dropping into the creek bed.
Yeah, those are 48-inch pipes, and so if you, that's your scale. If you want to look at that photo again, that's 4 feet in diameter.
And it rushes very
So
close.
this is 4 feet here, and these vertical banks at least 10, 12 feet deep.
Yep.
So yes, it's a serious issue here, and just added some arrows here to indicate kind of the length of the erosion, and then at least in this photo here, at the downstream end, it looks like that slope starts to flatten out and stabilize. So these would be areas where it would indicate that the channel is maybe losing some of its energy, it's slowing down, and so it's more stable in this area, but it's at risk of also becoming unstable as it continues to migrate and try to find equilibrium. Yeah, so I guess the other thing before I move on from this slide is, again, returning to the idea that the channel wants to find a stable point, and to do that, it's going to flatten the slope so that it reduces velocity, and then it's going to widen out to then reach a stable condition, right? So these vertical walls over time are going to start to slough off, and then eventually it's going to reach a point where the banks are stable, as well as it will reach a point where the bottom of the bank stops incising. But right now it's still got a ways to go, it still has a lot of energy, so you can expect it to continue to erode if we don't stabilize it. This is a depiction, an aerial map to help illustrate the contributing area that's coming to this area of interest. The orange lines that hopefully you can somewhat make out on the map are the contours, and then we have some white arrows here that are indicating roughly the direction of flow. But from the upstream end, it's roughly getting collected into a small channel. It makes its way down towards the east, and then that's the Medina River. This area in blue is the FEMA 100-year floodplain, and then in orange it's the 500-year floodplain. The other thing I think is important to note with this photo is, I think this area here where these houses are, River Bluff, those houses were developed roughly in the 90s, 80s with 85 and 95. And as you expect, with the increase in impervious cover with houses getting built, and there's still some other lots that are looking to get developed eventually. And when that happens, typically what you can expect is an increase in flow into the channel. increased flow, high velocities means more stream power, more erosion potential. So that's something that we need to take a look at and see what we need to do to stabilize it.
Yeah, Houston Street also comes off, when it comes off of 90 behind the hotel, it goes right into that same creek and, oh yeah.
This here is an illustration of the channel profile. So this is the longitudinal slope. This is the downstream end as it starts to get to the Medina River. And then this is all the way upstream to kind of where River Bluff subdivision is. The slopes that you see in the channel, 2.6%, 2, 7, 2, those are steep slopes in the world of channel stability. Typically, when we're designing channels, we're looking at more like 0.5%, maybe 1%, depending on the soil conditions and the vegetation that we can establish there. So what that kind of tells you is that if the slope of the channel is, let's say, roughly 2%, and we're trying to get to an equilibrium, the channel is going to want to go down to, let's say, a 1% slope. And that represents the incising potential of the channel. So it's going to continue to migrate upstream and deepen. That's what we call head cutting. And that's kind of why, in part, why you start to see some more erosion occurring around the culvert and then just throughout the channel, the vertical banks. Zooming in on Geneva Street, which is the area that we're really focused in on, just looking at the hydraulics there on the upstream and downstream velocities through those culverts. It's 9 feet per second on the upstream. Once it comes out, it's about 16 feet per second. That's high. We typically want more of like a maximum velocity of about 5 feet per second. So this illustrates that this is really a hotspot area that's going to continue to grow. This is simply an enlargement of the area that we're talking about. In yellow are 1 foot contours, and you can see that the spacing between these contours is close, and so that indicates that it's pretty steep. And this is where we're seeing a lot of that erosion. We're seeing erosion on the banks here at the outfall, and then we see some more erosion coming over here more towards like where Athens Street is. Okay, so I wanted to come also and just kind of illustrate what a design approach could be. This is not necessarily the solution, and it's not something that we've got into the real nuts and bolts of how this might work, but this would be kind of an example of a solution for how you would approach it. And I'll start with on the downstream end of the culverts. You saw that there's all of that apron is failing. There's a lot of instability in that area, and so most likely we have to take that apron out and put in a new concrete apron and some sort of energy dissipation in there, a stilling basin most likely, because we have a decent amount of vertical drop to cover, and we need to control that energy as it comes out. The other thing that we would be looking at doing, maybe it's better to look at it from this slide. So again, this is a longitudinal slope of the channel. We probably look at some sort of grade control structures at the channel bottom, and this is intended to just kind of anchor the bottom and stabilize it and artificially flatten the slope. We wouldn't be looking at trying to flatten out the slope because that would just make it a too deep of a channel. So examples of this, you can see it, imagine it's like large rock boulders or limestone blocks that would go on the bottom, and that would help kind of dissipate that energy and pull the water in the bottom and aim to stabilize some of the banks there.
Almost what they have on dam spillways out west. They have stuff, something like that to help.
Yeah. Similar to that or baffle blocks if we kind of what may the solution look like? There's a lot of ways to do this, but this is just an example of a bank stabilization project where, if we're looking at the top right photo where we have these vertical walls, I don't imagine that the solution will end up being something like stabilizing it by laying back the slope, because that's gonna, what that will end up doing is encroaching further into people's property. And so trying to limit that encroachment would be to try to place a more vertical structure in place. And so this is an example on the left of limestone block wall. Typically there's, depending on the height, there's a fabric that goes between each layer, and that serves as the mechanically stabilized earth function of the wall. So that you can see possibly something like that, and then a new concrete apron around this area. And then we would try to target some other hotspot areas to stabilize the channel. As far as trying to stabilize, going back to the entire length of the channel, I don't know if we'll be able to, with the budget that we have right now, to tackle everything at once. But what we'd be looking at and focusing as a priority is the Geneva Street culvert, and then this area here that we see that's kind of got these hotspot areas, and trying to stabilize that as best as we can.
So to be clear, we're also looking at those outfalls, the concrete aprons that are poured in Mexico, I believe.
That it feeds into, that goes into the river.
They go into Garcia Creek. Like when you're walking down the creek, which I don't do today.
Right. So I know like there's like Athens Street here, right?
Yeah, if you go down Mexico Street.
Mexico's
Mexico's the one that turns to the river.
Yeah, that's where those other culverts that it feeds into.
No, well, you're right. It would be actually, it's not at Mexico Street, it's the street east, or street west, I believe, walk west.
So Mexico is right there. It goes up and it curves around, and that's where the outfall is.
Yeah, so on Athens Street, there's a concrete chute that comes down into the channel. It's got some little baffle blocks. I walked it just before the meeting, and that apron also has fallen and it's just starting to collapse on itself, so that's only going to get worse as well. So yeah, those are probably two hotspot areas that we would want to prioritize.
So those would also include this project, right?
We're going to try to, maximize what we can do with the money that we have.
Right.
Those are the two priority areas that we want to tackle. And I think until we get to the design and get into more of the cost estimates, we can kind of more definitively define what that's going to be.
That's all the lot.
As I remember, the reason that we were looking at this one specifically is because of the risk of catastrophic failure, the impact of not doing, there are other things that are higher priority in dealing with in terms of impact to people, but there are none that are imminent doom that have not been there for quite some time. And this is to avoid, if we spend $1.5 million now, we could avoid a $5 million expenditure down the road if we have catastrophic.
I believe that is correct. I mean, I think once we reach a point where we need to replace the roadway culverts and replace the roadway embankment, that's going to eat up the entirety of, let's say, this 1.5, and whatever else new problems is created. So this is an effort to get ahead of that.
I would encourage anybody who would like to ask questions to ask them before and after. I apologize, it is not appropriate history. No, I appreciate it, but before or after, just as I asked the council. Thank you.
Well, I think Bruce knows where to find me.
I'd like to talk to you, honestly, because I can give you some history that will help you with your designs.
Great. Thank you, and definitely appreciate that, for sure. All right, so do we have a motion to authorize staff to begin the bidding process for the Garcia Creek Channel Stabilization Project?
I'll make that motion. Area.
Second.
Great. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for looking at
Thank you.
All right. So we didn't discuss exactly how we wanted to present for this. We have a lot of things, and thank you everybody for sticking around. We do have some things that are coming up that address some of the things you actually brought up during some of the comments, so we will be able to comment on those in just a few minutes, so please stick around. For this one, what we've been hearing a lot is
We're not enforcing codes. Sometimes we hear we're not enforcing codes enough. Sometimes we hear that we're enforcing codes too much. Sometimes we hear that we only want to have it complaint-based, which is the way that it was handed to us. And sometimes we hear we want you to be proactive. And so part of this is, this discussion is twofold. One, it is to open up that conversation to allow us to reach out to the community, for the community to reach out to us to talk about what exactly does that look like. Do we want to move to a proactive, it's more like a homeowners association type? How strict do we want to be? And I wanted to talk through some of the challenges with it. So that's the first part, is how do we want to approach this? Based that it was given to us, at least when I got here, I think probably before either of you got up to the council, it was based on a complaint-based system. So do we want to look at moving from complaint-based to a more proactive approach? The other one is, actually this next one is kind of twofold. One is keeping accountability as these things enter into our complaint system. They go into a system called Iris. That's where they track all of the complaints, the resolutions, all of the actions. So I spent some time, we actually sat down yesterday. It was Scott Dixon, myself, Chief of Police, and our two code enforcement officers. We walked through the system to understand what are they reporting, what is it, how is it captured? When somebody makes a complaint, how does it go into the system? When they see something, how does it go into the system? How do they follow up on it? How do they pursue it? What are the points of accountability that happen inside of there? And that is, if you think about from city staff, the accountability to get these actions closed out, the accountability from city council is to ensure that people know that we are representing them, and having the visibility into that system to be able to make that determination, to make that distinction. The chief did own up to the fact that he was the one who changed the reports, and he said, I understand that you liked the reports better than the way that they were, which we agree with, and he owned up to it right away. But I think that we can actually make it even a little bit better. So we're working on how do we open that up so that you can get a regular report. It's probably a monthly report. I think it's going to be enough, but I think that we should have that conversation. How often is often enough? Let's make sure that we're clear about the details that we want to see. And I didn't want this just to come from me. I wanted to have that discussion in open with council. So, and then let's talk about some of the challenges that we have inside of that. So some of the challenges are, well, let's give an example. There's a fence that was built that was inappropriate. It was too big. It's where they were doing the car repair thing. And I guess the guy moved, but the fence is still there. So do we go through and take on the expense of tearing that down? Because right now what we can do is we can file a lien against them. We probably will never get paid for that. So we will be incurring expense on behalf of the city and on behalf of the citizens to do that. But if there is a will to do that, then we have the ability to do that on different instances. We have the ability, if somebody doesn't mow their lawn, to send somebody to mow the lawn and bill them for it. Whether we get paid or not, it's not guaranteed. And just like when you sue somebody, they have to have the ability to pay you back. So if we put a lien on their property, then, and it goes into foreclosure, we'd be the last ones to get paid, and probably would not. It's not to say that we need to give up a vote and say it's not worth it. Sometimes it's worth making that investment to clean up our city, to do things better, but I wanted to have that conversation. Did I miss anything about the challenges that we have in some of the enforcement stuff?
I think you covered what we covered. I don't think we covered all the challenges.
But I think if we do it at a high level.
Right, the high level, you covered what that conversation entailed. It was about a 45-minute discussion, really just kind of diving into how we do code enforcement, how it's reported. It started out as kind of a discussion about reporting and what the reports do look like.
So I want to open up. Let's ask the questions. And we don't have to have the answer right now. I think that we talk about it right now. Let's bring it back next council meeting. Talk about it when we have the additional two council people here. Give people a chance to weigh in on that and for us to reach out to them. So do we want to Let's just talk through that. I'll let you choose the subject, the topic, the challenge, or the preference. So why don't we start over here?
Yeah, I had several. Well, no, realistically, first, the reports we used to get. It was beneficial because it had the case number, the address, what violations they were, and their status. Because every time citizens that live around those properties would contact us and ask us if anything's going on, we can say, this and this is their status. So that gave them the understanding the city was doing something. Right now, we don't have that, so we can't turn around and tell the citizens that have to live near it or around it or go past it that we don't know. We need to contact the city and see if anything's going on, because we don't know. So those reports were very beneficial for us. And then as far as the proactiveness, if it should be complaint-based or what have you, as far as I can remember, we changed it to where it's proactive, not complaint-based. Because I can tell you, when I set something out too early for brush pickup, I got a little notice, and it wasn't because of a complaint. It's because they drove by and saw it and left it on my front door. So
We kind of do a mixed approach. We have both complaint and proactive.
right, and so like right now, I've got the one trailer park that has multiple stuff going on that code enforcement should be doing stuff on, mowing the lawn, that kind of stuff, junk all over the place. But I don't know because I don't have those reports, so when the citizens around there are calling me, I'm like, I don't know, please contact Scott Dixon. So we really need to ratchet this back to where don't not necessarily rely just on complaint base. They're driving around all the time. If you see something, do something. And, there's another area, another property that has been in a state for as long as I've lived here, 17 years. And the excuse I'm given is, well, it's just her and her daughter. Okay, but we hold everybody else to the same standards. When are we gonna, okay, we've had that excuse long enough. Everybody else around them has to keep it maintained. So we really need to be on the same basis. Yes, there's a case-by-case basis. We understand that. However, how long is that case-by-case basis gonna go? When it's very obvious, like that one property, they're able to do stuff. They climb over a fence to get out, to get in their car, it goes down, and they climb over a fence to get back into their. So I know it's case-by-case basis. Some people are elderly. Then we get some people to help like we did on the cleanup days and everything. But that's the kind of thinking we need to look at. It needs to be a team effort. But if somebody is violating and knows they're violating, we need to document.
So I think that you're saying status, but also I'm reading in next steps. You want to know status, where are we now? What's the next step that's going to happen? And so one of the things that staff was asking was, when do you want us to have a heavy hand and when do you want us to have a lighter hand? And I think that we can go through and start defining these, the things that are dangerous, completely unsightly versus minor infractions. We can take a look at that. We can separate out based on severity, impact to the neighbors. It's about encroaching on your neighbors and their quality of life.
Well, we have a location in my district, I call it the junkyard. And the people around it are suffering because people turn it into pretty much a junkyard and they do their vehicle stuff and what have you, but there's junk all around it. They put up an illegal fence and everything. And I used to have a status of it, the last status I got was, it was going to trial. But I have no idea what's going on, so when the people that, I had one of the neighbors trying to sell their property, well, it was impacting them because any potential buyer sees this, that's not fair on the citizens that live around it. So, I mean, we really, we gave these people chances and chances and chances, and it bit us in the butt. So yeah, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. So we really need to be, oh, whatever, you know what I meant, yeah. But, I mean, so we really, yeah, like I said,
Can I say, one of the things that came to light as we talked with the chief, we actually talked about a couple of, the two properties we mentioned, came up in that conversation. And they're both being worked, but, and I understand you want an update, so I think one of the clear outcomes of that meeting was we need to restore the old report. And I think what the mayor is saying, so that report's gonna come back, but there's an opportunity to improve the report beyond what the old was even before. So I think this is an opportunity to get input on the ways you might want to see that report changed or additional items want to be added. But speaking directly to that one item you talked about, one of the things that came to light as we talked was the disconnect between council, code compliance, PD, and the court. And there's not, there isn't a strong oversight, if you will, of our prosecutor and our judge. We aren't having regular meetings with them about prosecution of these types of offenses, and it hadn't been happening. And I think that's in order to get, just being candid, in order to get traction on that type of offense where we issued a warrant, the person didn't show up for the warrant, then they left town completely. Now we have a fence that's not, to code, it's built out on the property line or beyond it, and other issues. We need a court, in order to take action legally, the city has to have a court order that says, that declares that these things are illegal and they need to be fixed. And then, there's a whole process, right? So I think there's one thing that council can do is, and this is, again, the mayor spoke to this, is clarifying for staff, what is the degree of leniency? How can we better establish our code compliance policy and when to decide too much is too much, et cetera. And then beyond that, sending, I think, a clear message to our judge or prosecutor that this is how you like to see these types of cases handled. Understanding, I can see that it's just clear right to the side. But you can't, understanding, you can't tell the judge or the prosecutor, this is the outcome we want. I mean, it is illegal. That they have, it's the judge's court, right? But at the same time, in my experience working in other cities, there is, you are able to have those conversations, and the judge does what the judge wants to do, but at least he understands, or he or she, they understand where the city is coming from and what the desires of the city are. And I don't think in my 3 years plus here, I don't think that's ever been conveyed very clearly. We did have one meeting with the judge, probably 2 years ago, a year and a half at least. And I had forgotten, the prosecutor wasn't able to make that date, and we didn't schedule a follow-up meeting. So now with Jen, with our new police chief, and other staff changes, I think it would be perfect to have that meeting. And I think, again, this council, it would help staff if you all, they gave some specific policy direction when it comes to code compliance. And that boils down to in some cities I've worked in, they basically zero tolerance policy for junk vehicles, and the city went through and really made a strong effort to remove junk vehicles, substandard structures, things that needed to really be demolished. City went through, and it wasn't something that happened overnight. It took a year plus in some cases because of the legal system, but we went through as a staff and really took apart what the council, the changes the council wanted to see. So that kind of direction I think would help. Part of it's also because when you're in a city, even as staff, this kind of happens, you just get used to seeing things the way they are. And so then you start to believe that, well, everybody just accepts it. It's just okay the way it is. And again, that's where council can provide direction.
Yeah, well, see, I look at this, okay, so first we issue the warning. Hey, you know what, this is against our regulations, we don't have any license, any permits for you to do this, what have you, so you get a warning. Please correct it within 30 days. 30 days comes around, they show back up, the code compliance shows back up, oh, it's not fixed. All right, now you're gonna get a fine. give them another 30 days.
Well, you don't, so we get a citation, I was going to say,
Citation,
so it wouldn't be a
but yeah,
fine,
but-
because a fine is established by the
Right,
judge.
right. A
You get a
citation.
citation,
A citation.
and then if the citation isn't acted on, then it goes to the court.
Right, but it's almost like a 3-strike rule.
Right.
You give them a chance to fix. And like I said, when I got my warning, I didn't even realize, I put it out a few days early. My bad, I pulled it back to my shed, and then when we were at the time frame, we moved it back out. I mean, human error. But I appreciated the warning, saying, oh, hey, did you know? So it gives us a heads up, because we all don't know everything in regards to the rules and that of the city. And it just doesn't, oh, hey, a heads up, it's not a citation, it's not a citation or anything like that. It's just,
So-
yeah.
From, just to lay out kind of what would happen, so warning, 30 days, and I'm not saying this is policy, because
Yeah.
the council will have to direct it, just based on what Sheena's commentary has been. So a warning that gives them up to 30 days to correct the issue, depending on the issue, right? If that's not corrected, after the 30 days, then go and issue a citation. Usually those citations have at least a 10-day period, where there is a notice. In one city, we actually had a policy, I don't know if this was state law or what, but we actually had to have a sign date, the sign we put in the yard. This is being cited at an official deal, there's a picture taken. Let's say, I'm not sure if that was state law or not. That was to allow, you have to do a certain type of proper notice in order to allow remediation to take place, which is where I'm headed next. So then it goes, after the citation, if it's still not taken care of, then it goes to the judge. Well, depending on when the judge hears the case, whether there's 10 days or 30 days, that'll all be set by the court. If the person doesn't appear and they don't remedy it, the judge has a lot of different things that the judge can do, whether it's assessing the fine or they can dismiss it if they want to, there's other things they can do. But if, taking it down one path, if the judge orders remediation and says, I'm not going to fine you, we need to remediate this, and you have 10 days. And then the 10 days pass and it's still not done. Then the judge can say, okay, now we're going to fine you. You're going to pay X number of dollars. Then there's a separate process.
And that's on top of the citation.
No, that's the citation isn't, keep in mind that the city isn't going to collect that fine. It's going to go through the court to collect that fine.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So, sorry. So then, if the person still isn't compliant, they assess the fine, whether they pay it or not, that has a legal ramification. The city, in order to remediate that issue, and this is where our attorney's not present, that there is a legal process to make sure that all notifications were done, and then you can go remediate it. And depending on the type of remediation, again, we live in Texas, so there's very, very strong property rights here. So you don't mess with someone else's property, you don't take their stuff, et cetera, without a lot of process to take place. So I just want to be as clear as I can that it's not quick, and the outcomes are not definite. They really depend on, one, the actions of the owner, and then two, the actions of the judge, and then finally, whether or not staff can remediate it and whether or not you want us to remediate it, depending on the expense, right? Which is demolishing, carrying away vehicles, that kind of.
Well, I'd like to, if I can really quickly, I'd like to give the council people a chance to talk about this and then get back to it. Council members, did you have questions, thoughts? Sure.
I don't feel super strongly about this issue. My general opinion is that unless you're affecting my health or safety or coming onto my yard with your pooping dog, I don't really care what you do on your yard. I do think it would be good to more visibly track the current cases and their status so that people can track those. I think that I would 9 out of 10 times oppose using city money to clean up stuff like a fence. I think that if the neighbors who are the ones putting in the complaint care very strongly about it, wanted to put forward that money, that would be fine. And the particular example you gave was like a older woman and her daughter living there and not mowing the grass. There are a lot of cases like that where just talking to your neighbor and helping them if you can, or finding the young kid down the street with a mower can solve that and make friends instead of putting animosity and bitterness into the neighborhood. So, and sometimes that's not an option. Sometimes the guy's deconstructing cars in his front yard. But there are a lot of cases where you could pick up the phone for code enforcement, or you could just go knock on the door and see what help they need. And I would encourage everybody to try the second one. That's all.
And I'll say, like, we have this struggle because on one side we have humanity, and I will tell you, I know for a fact that this is something that David does regularly, is reach out and look for people to help. There's a lot of people, not just him, there's a lot of people that have done that. I know our code enforcement has done that, so I don't think that we take that off the table as the best thing that we can do as neighbors, as community members, is help those in need and hold accountable the people that are just plain violent, who are paying no attention for no other reason except that's what they want. And so it's trying to find that balance between humanity and accountability. And I think that we can strike that balance by holding people accountable, and especially if we can start. I know some of the churches have reached out and said, we have people that do the mow lawns, we have people that do construction projects that can help out with things like this if we can identify the need. So maybe part of this is that we get code enforcement to go through this process, and I think it'd be great for them to reach out to the Alliance of Churches and just say, we have these projects that need some help. We continue to pursue them to hold people accountable, but let's see if we can help out and find these things. That's why, I think this was Curl's initiative to actually start up the citywide cleanup. And we've gone through multiple times with chainsaws and tractors and trailers and.
Sometimes on the same
Dumpsters?
property.
Yes, sometimes on the same
Set up
property.
dumpsters, that way people can come in.
So I think that it is a combination approach, but I think that we still need to be able to hold people accountable when they are doing these things, especially the people that are just violating because they're violating. Councilman Kerry?
Well, I agree with Gina's presentation on the effect that it has on your neighbors. I deal with people who are trying to sell homes. And when your buyer walks away because they don't want to look at that across the street, that hurts, that's damage. And we are responsible to protect the citizens' investment, that most people's homes are their biggest investment. And, that's your livelihood, that's your retirement or something. So it's important for people to be able to protect the value of their homes. I did, in fact, witness Pearl driving down Berlin Street at about 5 miles an hour the other day. So she does do a little proactive scouting, and I approve, I agree. I think that should be part of the program. Just keep your eyes open and prevent things from getting worse or getting to a difficult point. I also agree with you about contacting your neighbor. It's a good practice to just keep that communication flow open and be able to encourage them to do the right thing. That's all we can do. And if that doesn't work, then of course the next step is available. So.
In terms of moving this forward for the let's talk specifically about the accountability portion of it. The other portion, the humanity portion of it, I think that's something that we all need to do individually and collectively wherever we can, but from a policy standpoint, we need to look at the accountability portion of that. I think it is easy enough to run a report of what have been, we can run, I saw cases that went back at least 5 years, maybe 10 years. I don't know how long we've been using the iWork system, but it went back several years. I think if we take a list of all of the cases that have been in there, the frequency at which they occurred, and start looking at these in a matrix style. These are the offenses, this is the severity, these are the follow-ups, these are the remediations. I think we can plow through that pretty quickly.
There was one other thing. I would like to see the report come back because I too like to be able to go look at the situation. And I think that allows us to know when and how the next step should be taken. We can have a column that says what the next step is. That would allow us to give staff better guidance in terms of how heavy-handed we'd like that to be handled.
Or, and piggybacking on that, doing the neighbor thing, if we have the address, say it's, not able to maintain the lawn or something, and it is someone that's sick or elderly or what have you, or their equipment broke down, we can reach out to them and maybe say, hey, contact these individuals to get some help for someone to come out and do your lawn, that way it's taken care of.
Yeah, we could have the networking with the churches and
Correct.
other organizations, yes.
Correct.
And allow them ways to be proactive about that. Well, my biggest thing is we continue to encourage people to reach out to us, to talk to us, to give us their opinions, their thoughts, and their concerns. And if they're saying we've got this code enforcement issue, I've had a couple of people that have said, we still have this code enforcement issue, you've not addressed it. We still have this code enforcement issue, you haven't addressed it. And I don't have an easy way to look at that and to understand the process. I did get a chance to take a look at the iWork system to understand better what that is. But I think that if we don't define exactly that process, if there is not a roadmap, then it's going to go with the path of least resistance. So we need to set up that roadmap. If you could run a report on all of the violations, you can tell by the type of violation.
If then type of stuff, if this, go here.
Well, I think we start with a report of what the violations are, and then we can address them by severity together. And I think this is something that we do.
Monthly.
Yeah, I think we started now, and if we can look at the next, because the next report comes up in the next. City council.
Reported violations by, open violations, right, by title, is that what you want to see?
Let's say the same report that they were giving us before, open violations, just let's do it exactly the same. Let's add the function of make sure that there's status and next steps on that report. Let's start with that. Separate from that, and that goes on to that report as part of the staff reports. A separate discussion item for council, and this is something I think that we need to do as a separate item, is to have the discussion about, this is the report of all of the violations, graph it out by how many occurrences over what period of time. I can show you how to do the graph. It's pretty simple. It's basically a line graph that says this violation this many times over this period.
By address or by?
Violation type. We start with violation type, yeah.
Okay, that's a date and violation type.
Date and violation type, right. And that way we can look at them and start prioritizing them. The other thing, so that's the first part. I'd say the second phase to this is what will help us stay in a position of maintenance better is to do an open and closed report as a separate item. There were this many cases open this month, this many cases closed this month, and like brought to a resolution where it's actually resolved. So if we have more things opening than closing, then we know that we have issues. If we have more things closing than opening, then we know that we're making progress.
But that'll also show the citizens when they see it, we are doing something about it. The city is listening to them.
Yeah.
And that we're trying to get this rectified, and we're not sitting on our thumbs and blowing them off when they call us or email us or come up to our office in person.
Absolutely. Well, I would rather, and I do get calls from people that are upset that they're being complied upon.
Yep.
But I think the biggest reason is because there's not clear expectations. They see graver violations that people are getting away with. And they're like, this is a little minor violation when we got that right across the street. It's impacting house values. And it's really creating something that people have to be, we have to be consistent with this.
I get it a lot.
I think as we start cracking down on this, part of what we do is we say, all right, these are the most egregious offenses, and these are the things that we're going to start cracking down on. Maybe we'll be able to tell by the report, I think, how many of what severity, what type, and we'll put it out in the newsletter and say, citywide crackdown, this is what we're going to start enforcing. Be aware, these are the rules. This is what's going to happen if you don't follow the rules, and let people know. Also in there, we should have, if we can identify a support number
for them to call if they need help getting it rectified. I think that we can do that as well. I don't know how we accomplish that. I think that's without adding additional, I don't want to add too much additional burden to city staff if it is going to give them just whole new.
You can post it on the website.
I mean, if we can find.
The contact numbers that, if you need help, maybe underneath as a G-Wiz or on the Facebook page. If you need help maintaining your lawns or something like that, here's some individuals to contact. Yeah, it'll link and have a sub-link embedded in there.
Take somebody to manage that process.
I understand, but I'm just trying to look at ways to help citizens, or put it in the newsletter.
Yeah.
Put it in the newsletter, hey, if you need help for mowing the lawns and stuff like that, or you had a tree go down and you need help cutting it up and getting it off, here are some contact numbers for you to contact to help get that done.
Okay. Well, that's
what
let
the
us,
newsletter is for.
Let us figure that out and not put that on city staff. Let's figure out how we can do that. I'll check back in with the Pastors Alliance. I met with them several months ago. The Baptist Church was actually setting up a website where people could go. They would make the determination on actual need, and they would coordinate both with themselves and with the other churches around with the people that had the specialties. Because you have some churches that they have a bunch of people that are good at this, and others they have a bunch of people that are good at this.
And then also reach out to the Boy Scouts in the area because they have to do community service hours and the Girl Scouts.
Can they do that on private property?
Yes, they can.
Okay. All right. So between us, let's come up with some ideas and present those, and we'll figure out how to list that out and how to let people come in, get in touch with people to help. And from your side, you'll do the reporting we discussed, and then create the report so that we can start looking at severity. I want to be very clear so that Carol and Josh know exactly. I don't want them to have to wonder about it. It's too tough on them. I think it's not fair to them for us not to say this is a serious offense, this is a serious problem, and this is not. I think that they should not have to make that determination. It should be very clear for them. The one other recommendation that I would make is having them before. So we have the staff report that comes out on the second council meeting. So the week of the first council meeting, have code compliance meet with our prosecutor to find status of all the cases. That way, if they do a review, they can schedule that with them. They can say, okay, so here are all the open cases. These are the things that we need status on. They can get status right there. They keep it in front of them. They're not telling them what to do or how to do it. They're just keeping on top of it, and then they can add that into their staff report. This is where we are. This is what we've done. This is what we're hearing from. I think it's probably the prosecutor, not the judge, but if you'll make that determination. Putting that into process, I think, is going to keep it in front of them and keep things cycling through.
Yeah, we don't have that many cases that are reported, probably less than 5. But,
So it should be quick.
Yeah.
Right. Or even it's an email, as long as they're following up on it, say what is the status of these. Have that done and have that ready for the council report and put that on the council report, discuss with the prosecutor. These are the ones that they're going to action. If they do that once a month before the staff meeting or before the staff report, I think that would be good. Does that work? Okay, everybody good with that? Anything else?
Yep.
All right. Clear, Scott, or do you need more?
Yep, no, we're good.
Great. Thanks for having the conversation. Appreciate you spending some time. Okay, can I have the presentation thing?
David.
So, the next, our very favorite topic. Our biggest struggle is the growth that is happening around us. I want to be very clear. We talk about being pro-growth or anti-growth. I don't think that there's anybody here that is pro-growth, myself included. We should not have to count on growth to be able to sustain our community. We need to leverage growth to do that when we can, but ensure that they are not, there are cities that they don't pay attention to the development that's happening. And so they're in this always trying to catch up. We need new growth to bring on the new tax revenue, to bring on new utility customers so that we can pay for the stuff that we already have. We're at that place right now where new residents, new utility customers will help us, but that should not be the place where we live. That should be a situational thing only. what we are dealing with is not of city council's making. It's not of your mayor's making. It's not of our consultants making. What we're dealing with now is the impact of urban sprawl and what is happening around us. What your city council is doing is dealing with this. Sorry, my computer's yelling at me saying it doesn't work.
Quick question, this says, opportunities, challenges, and citizen engagements, does that mean we can talk back and forth? Or
No, ma'am. So let me, just for clarification, during city council meetings, I know when I started coming to city council meetings years and years ago, I always wanted to comment. It's not appropriate to do that. It is absolutely appropriate to do it beforehand with your council members or with myself. It is absolutely critical that you do that beforehand and afterwards. This is not a group discussion. This is a city council meeting. So I apologize for that. That is the structure that we have.
Well, I think you're denying what she's about.
Right.
So it's part of the process, right?
So this is discussion on, so this is a city council discussion on managing Castroville growth. We want to have the discussion. We're going to talk to you about what our challenges are. We're going to talk about this ourselves so that you understand what challenges we are looking at and trying to address these. After this, I'm sorry, this is not time for your.
Should we try and unplug the problem?
It's just my computer catching up with my screen changing. Yeah, well, I got it going. It's almost there. All right. Here we go. Okay. I feel like it's going to choke here in just a second. I have the caption set up. We have lots of comic relief. Okay, so this is just kind of an overview. We're going to talk an overview of what we're looking at. I want to make sure that it's very clear the things that concern us, the things that we're exploring, what we've learned through this process, what are some of the obstacles, and how we're dealing with those. This is about accountability. This is about transparency. We will continue to walk through this. We have a development, so we began the process quite some time ago about trying to open up more public hearings than we need to. We typically put in 1 to 2 extra public meetings when we're going through things that we know could have some impact. A great example is with the Airport Zoning Board. We put a lot of meetings out there because we knew that it was going to be contentious and that there were lots of places for us to stumble. There were a lot of ways to get it wrong. So we wanted to make sure that we're slow rolling that and not making these kind of mistakes that impact our community, our city, our community, the people around us. And so, so we're going to talk about what the identified challenges are, what we're facing as a city, and how city council is prepared for these. I'm going to do a quick look at 30 years of development east of Castroville and in Castroville. We'll talk about some of the considerations to understand the cost of new developments. And then an example with rooftop taxes. So when somebody comes in, they build a new home, what does that actually cost us to develop that versus what are they giving back in tax revenue? And then we'll talk about transportation planning. I'm going to do a high level on transportation planning. I'm going to run through a couple of quick examples from the TxDOT presentation from the Go Medina meeting back a couple of weeks ago. But that is their story to tell, so I don't want to get too deep into that. Okay, so challenges is that my presentation is going to catch up to me.
I don't know.
All right, there we go. Okay, so let's talk about challenges, unwanted change. That's very specific. To me, that's pretty much anything that changes. If you look at what's happened in Castroville in our EDJ over the last 20, 30 years, it's been non-dramatic. It's been quite calm. And now we're at this place where the growth of San Antonio is really catching up with us. So it's about what's happening in terms of all of the impacts to us. More people, more traffic, more challenges. The reality of property rights. So the reality of property rights is that people are able to sell their property, they are able to buy property, and they're able to develop our property. And I am a firm believer in property rights, but it does come along with its own challenges. I would like to present this with transparency. If you would like to hear it, there are some people here that have been asking for this in the majority, and this is an honest discussion about that. It's very disappointing. Lead a horse to water. Okay, so we're going to talk about this anyway. The reality of property rights is that we cannot stop people from developing a property that they own. We have some ability to regulate that. We have some ability to control that. But as a property owner, what we've heard, with same kind of thing, you don't want people to tell you what to do with the property that you own. So within reason, we have things that we can do, but we definitely have some restrictions on that. We cannot tell people that have just bought 400 acres, you cannot develop that. We can say you must develop it under these standards, but even with that, we don't fully have that ability to do that. And what I'll do, this really was meant to be an open discussion with council. So if you want to pause me and add to any of this or talk about anything that I'm missing, just stop me right in the middle of it. If I haven't expressed something that you see that we've dealt with, if I express it in a way that you don't agree with, I would challenge you, just let's take a pause during that item and let's take a look at it. So we've talked about those two things. Any questions or comments or?
I was just going to say that given the current composition of our audience, taking a brief detour to item 20 and then coming back might be appropriate. The airport layout plan.
Fair enough. Okay. We're gonna table this item. Do we have anybody else that's still waiting on this item? Brad?
I'm sorry?
Is there anybody else that's still staying out there that might want to?
I'm there.
Don't worry about it. Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna table this item, and we're gonna move on to. Thank you for looking out for that. We're gonna move to item number 20.
I would love to do 20, 21, and then Brown
and 21.
John will still be here, but.
Sorry, John. All right. So number 20, discussion and possible action on airport runway length on the airport layout plan. And
so we have a couple things. Brown is here. Did you want to present, or do you want me to cover what you told me?
You can just cover it. If there's any questions, I'm back. I mean,
If you're here, you made this effort. I'll just say Brianna's done a lot of legwork in making sure that we get input from all parties. So we had a FAA inspection of our airport. This inspection isn't what you might expect, which is like, okay, they're out there to look at the runway and safety. It was really about our compliance with the 130 or whatever it is.
Acre.
What?
What?
Not acreage. I'm trying to think the agreements that we, the
380s.
The statutory agreements that we have with the federal government. And so they were making sure we're compliant with all that. And they were looking at our needs, they were looking at, and it was the lady that did it was very thorough. It was hard not to be impressed with her level of professionalism and what the questions she had, because she read every word and every penny, or every period, and every lease agreement. So while we spoke with her, we talked about the adopted plan. We talked about the fact that council is dealing with the zoning issues right now, and about the question of whether or not we would be penalized anyway if we change the plan to reduce it from a 6,000 foot runway to a 5,000 foot runway. Got input from her about that. She basically said, no, that wouldn't be an issue. It's just you just basically make a map change, a map revision, and file that with the FAA. And it's not terribly expensive or drawn out to do that. And that would be okay. We also then subsequently took it to the board, to the airport advisory board, where they had a lengthy discussion, probably an hour, a little over an hour. She was, Councilor Martinez was there to hear that, weigh in. And that ultimately what they voted as a body to do was to recommend that we leave the 6,000 foot runway in our plan, but that we zone to the 5,000 foot runway, if that was allowable by the FAA. So then, subsequent to that, Brianna followed up with the FAA again, and Texas Aviation both, I believe, and confirmed that yes, you can do that. You aren't required to zone to your ultimate bill value. You zone it to the 5,000 feet. So tonight, what staff is looking for from council is kind of a decision. Do we leave it at 6,000 in the plan and zone to 5,000, or do we change it from 6,000 to 5,000 and zone to 5,000? My personal feeling, and I weighed in on this during the airport advisory board meeting, is that if you don't zone to the 6,000 feet, and I'm not recommending you do, that is your policy decision to do. I can tell you what some of the outcomes will be if we zone to that. More than likely, we'll get into a takings claim of some kind. We'll have to go through that on the two properties that are on the north end especially, but also on the south end, depending on how that impacts them. They basically say, we'll buy our property, and whether the city, I know the airport can't afford to buy the property, and I don't think the city really can either. So it's not, I kind of feel like the 6,000 foot length was a dream to begin with, and probably not realistic. But that said, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have it in the plan if you're not going to zone to it. Because if you don't zone to it, then what will happen is it will get developed, the land around it will get developed, and it'll be far more expensive, even more expensive than it is today, to go in and turn that into a runway. When I brought that up with the advisory board, there were a couple of members that kind of pushed back on that, and they said, yeah, but what does it hurt to leave it in plan, number one, and number two? You never know. We just don't. What if a billionaire came in and said, I love this airport, I'm willing to spend the money, and I don't care if there's a gas station, I'll tear it down, whatever. You don't know, right? So that was the discussion we had, and I think we wanted to put this before the council because we wanted to try and bring this airport zoning to the county as soon as possible, and we're really kind of stuck on, well, is it 5,000 or 6,000? So wanted to, one, provide that feedback on what the implication was with the FAA and Texas Aviation, what your options are, and then two, get your feedback as to which direction you'd like us to follow. Did I cover it, Brianna?
Yes.
Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Only that, because I know we thought, and when we talked to the compliance person that came out with the FAA, well, I had a meeting with Ben Breck, who is our actual tech stop planner, and he said that that's fine. Like, you can zone to whatever, 5,000, 6,000. He did think that the process to change that map was going to be more extensive and cost money to do that. He didn't think that it would be a pen and ink change, that would have to be submitted, go through the whole process, but to shorten that map. So yeah, that's what he thought. Those are not actual numbers, but he thought that going through KSA, which is who we would probably go through, would not just be like a pen and ink change. It would probably cost them money and time. And then also approval time through the FAA. So.
And Chuck even mentioned during the meeting, our FAA advisor, that, yeah, you zone for what you currently have. You can leave it in the binder, just submit FAA what your amendment is of leaving it as is, and that, the other stuff as far as this is our amendment, this is what we plan to do, whether we change it to 5,001 feet or change it to 6,000 in the plan. He said it's not a problem. And just main thing also, like Brianna and Scott said, is make sure we submit an updated map, a very good updated map. Now, one thing that they did talk about they said, don't need it longer, maybe look at it wider as far as the runway. But yeah, that's everybody on the board, after hashing out, they're in agreement, don't have to have 6,000 foot.
I want to be clear, so as staff introduces these items to us, they don't advocate for one or the other, they present us what our options are, and what the implications are of those. I think that's clear, but I want to state that just up front, they're not advising us to go one way or the other, they're letting us know what the implications are. So.
Do you want to mention what Chuck said about the zoning? Yeah, he expressed some pretty strong concerns about the copied and wrongful zoning. Or, no.
No.
Okay. He made that statement, he's kind of made his opinion clear on that.
Yeah.
Past, but he's just concerned that it's not enough.
Yeah, and he's like, well, in the future, what if we do decide to extend 6,000 feet and this property is bought out by so-and-so in development? He was concerned about being locked up around the airport as far as structures and stuff like that.
My personal thought on that, honestly, is it's a fine general use aviation airport. I would support if we found the funding to widen it to make it safer, to lengthen it. If the airport, even the airport advisory committee doesn't find a reason that we need to do that, and if we don't have any immediate plans to do that, we don't see them on the horizon, we don't see the public support for something like that, why leave it on the plan if and we do have to think about things in terms of decades and generations.
Well,
But if the airport can continue to operate with its current plan without having to extend, I think that's goodness.
Well, they even mentioned that there are some companies like out at Honda that they fly in the big airplanes to take them apart and everything. That runway, 5,001 feet, it'd be able to touch down, no problem. If we widen it, it'd be able to handle it, no problem.
The other thing that you mentioned was this, which I hadn't considered, and I don't think any of the airports I've been at have done, but they mentioned another piece, Bergen. There's another airport that has a safety zone. It does not count towards their runway, but it allows for, safe takeoff and landing of an extra heavy plane on a rainy day kind of thing. So it's not something that insurance would approve, but it would make our airport more functional. And that's just adding like 300 feet to the north end of the runway. In our RPZs would require additional land acquisition. It's not something we can afford to do tomorrow, but it is something we put into the plan in the future, which would essentially extend the runway, but not legally extend the runway as far as the FAA is concerned. It would allow for a cushion for that stuff. If we do it on the land that we own.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really good compromise.
Yeah, it's a good idea. And it doesn't extend the RPZ into.
No, because it doesn't extend the runway. The only thing that extends the RPZ is the runway, the actual approved runway length.
Especially after what happened last week, it's always good to have a cushion.
All right, so.
I support that. I think that our community has indicated that they don't want to see the runway extended. The landowners whose land would be involved do not want to see the runway extended. And I think it's important if I don't think we need to encourage larger aircraft than we are already getting. It's just not the right environment for that. I don't want to hear those planes. I don't think anybody else does.
I like hearing the biplanes, those are kind of cool.
Well, the biplanes are great, yeah.
Fighter jets are awesome.
Yeah, they are.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah, but not a large, larger aircraft.
Oh, C-17? Have you ever been on? Yay. Until you've been buzzed by one of them, you don't know.
So do y'all, I guess I need to hear some consensus on, do we leave it at 6,000 and zones of 5,000?
I support zoning and planning for the 5,000 and 5,001.
Ditto.
Same.
We'll look with KSA and see what that would cost. I don't think it's gonna be that expensive, but we'll see.
It's a whole lot less than creating community animosity and paying for takings.
And buying people's property.
Yeah, and the only thing I can think of is, if it's not already in the plan, amending it to
somewhere down the road, maybe look at making it wider.
Yeah,
I don't think you have to amend the plan to make it
Wider,
Yeah.
wider and heavier.
I think wider and heavier is already in the plan.
Yeah, but that would
We had
be,
the weight, so making it heavier is a different story, but we had it, so one of the things we did during the planning, and I think we can thank David for this, is having the weight of the runway measured. Because that hadn't been done, they assigned a generic weight to all the airports that didn't have that specifically done for them. And so we've been living under that for years, and as part of this master plan, he was able to get the runway graded and an actual weight limit established, which was great, because it's considerably better than it was. But yeah, widening it, I don't believe we actually have to go through that process. All right.
Alright, so I make a motion that staff create zoning for airport using the existing runway length of 5,001 feet.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Great. Thank you for your patience with all of this. Please continue. Thank you for your involvement on the airport. I think that's really beneficial to put that in.
It's just easier to see it firsthand and not hear it secondhand.
That's why I selected
Which
you.
is great.
Absolutely. All right, great. Next item is update on the thoroughfare plan.
So for this, I will give it over to Brianna.
Okay.
Thank you.
That stuff that I was asking you for was already in the package, so I apologize. I didn't
No,
get
it's
that.
okay. And I don't know if y'all need me to pull it up. I actually don't. I do have it out if I need to. Yeah. Okay, so I've been having some conversations. First, I wanted to speak with the contractor or the engineer it's the county engineer, but he was brought on by the city to help with our thoroughfare plan. He's already doing the planning for the master for the county, so we thought it'd be easy to integrate our thoroughfare plan into that because we need to know what they're doing as well. So I got that original thoroughfare plan back. Me and Scott made some significant comments to it and had them do multiple changes. That got sent back over to Mark, who's the county engineer. Once it got over to Mark, then he made all the changes. Then I wanted to kind of see, we're trying to establish this relationship with with TxDOT, and they have some good input. They're the ones that have to deal with all the traffic, impact on the roadways. These connect with some of their TxDOT roadways, so I thought it was relevant to make sure we got some of their input on this as well. So then we brought it to a TxDOT meeting, and Clayton Rips, he was like, there's a lot more you could be doing on here. Some of the feedback that I had originally gotten from the county is they didn't want to extend certain, we just say lines on a map. They didn't want to extend certain roads out to the east the west of Castroville because they didn't want to scare people with lines on a map. But after speaking with TxDOT, they thought that that's really not the smartest thing because those properties eventually are going to develop soon, where they're selling, going through all their planning efforts. And we want to make sure that if we want a road to the west of Castroville, so we know the east is a problem, but then the west is going to be a problem eventually too. So if we want to solve those problems from the get-go and not have to deal with it like we're dealing with it right now on the east side, then we need to establish those lines if they annex into the city of Castroville. That's all we can do as the city of Castroville. If it's in the county can do what they need to do, but they thought that was a better idea. So I sent those markings back over to Mark, but I haven't gotten a response back. And that's kind of where we're at. But I thought, well, maybe this is a good time to get y'all. I haven't really brought it up to y'all since I think the very first iteration of this, to kind of see what y'all thought about what TxDOT presented, what the county has approved, because everything that they already, that Mark had already done prior to TxDOT marking it up was already approved through the county, and to kind of see where I'll lie within that. So let's see here. Okay.
Display is messing up my plan.
Oh, of course it is. You know.
And do you have the original version that Westwood sent us and then the marked up version we did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
It's kind of hard to see all this.
Yeah. So let me actually the one I have up right now is the original version. Okay. Hmm. And I think it might also, the internet's just really slow because it keeps kind of like flickering on my screen too. So,
It's gonna turn green.
I have to use my phone.
oh, there it should go. Hmm. It's red. Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, it's just the person. All right. What is it, Mayor? Control what?
Windows P.
Windows P. There we go. One day I'll remember that, but it's not today. I know. It's just when it comes to the computer, I can't remember stuff like that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this right here is the original one that that Mark with Westwood, which is the county engineer, presented to the city. This is the one that there were some changes made to this just from what the initially from me and Scott, because we thought that there was some lines like in weird places. We wanted to make sure that the developments that we already have on the books, Alsatian Oaks, Flat Creek, all of those are already encompassed in this, because we already know they have roadways that we need to make sure are on here. And as you can see, like the one going through Alsatian Oaks, like just like straight up, which is not correct. So this is the original iteration. Let's see. Good thing, of course. Oh, it's because I'm in Hill and Sign. That's probably why. Okay, so then, I'm sorry, that's just really slow. Oh, and it's not responding now, guys. So,
The files are also pretty big.
yeah, but the final version is in y'all's packet. So, yeah, I don't know. I can go looking for it real quick because it's just not responding. But the final version is in y'all's packet, and that's the one that, yeah.
You sent it today.
Oh, I did. Mayor. Okay, there. There we go. Let's see if this one works. It's like not gonna. Oh my gosh. Okay. No. It's just still thinking. Sorry, guys. Okay. No, but that's still just the original one. Yeah, I think that was the second one. Dang it. Okay. See? Roll the dice here. Ah, there it is. Okay. So all the yellow lines are the ones that I put on there, and those are just based off of the picture that I took when we were in the session with TxDOT. So sorry, they're very rough. They were just like me getting them. It was just so I could get something over to Mark so he could start marking this up for us. But as you can see, TxDOT, they really thought that we should be extending these lines way beyond our city limits. Before, there was really nothing on the west side. They still think that more could probably go on the west side, but this is a good starting point. We're trying to create like that gridded system throughout the city of Castroville, at least because we know that this northeast part of Castroville, that may actually get built out. That's right up on top of Country Village. We want to make sure that we have, is it probably going to look just like this? No, but at least we can tell them that this is the format that we're looking for. Same thing, the yellow lines to the east of Castroville, TxDOT provided those. They said you want as many parallel lines with Highway 90 as you can get. You want people to get from point A to point B, and they have 5 different options to get there, not just one, which is Highway 90. That's why we have so many issues on the east side of Castroville right now. Any questions, comments?
The green lines, you can talk to those or speak to those.
Well, those are the ones that me and Scott added because there were some connectivity issues that needed to go south and north. Is that what you're talking about, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can see that, that gridded pattern north of Country Village. That's more in line with the gridded network that we've been talking about. Now that said,
I know that Clayton Rips had a comment about those green lines. Do you remember?
Yeah, because right now they're all as collector roads, and we wouldn't want those all collectors. It'd be a mixture of local collectors, local and collectors. There's no need to have that many collectors in one area. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the start of our portion of the loop,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was gonna start at Victory Lane.
So that's where that purple, the second purple dot in,
Yeah.
that's Victory Lane. So that you know how it goes straight up. That's our quote unquote original start. Eventually you would want that to kind of taper out to the right. Yeah, or to the east. Sorry.
Just making sure.
Yeah, because right now that will be, I think we're planning on making that probably like a roundabout. If it's functional there, we'd have to work to see if that's functional. But ultimately, we would want that to extend out to the west. It just makes it easier transition.
You're talking about the roundabout at the intersection with the northern route going north and then west, not at
No, the roundabout going where it hits the northern route, and then the property north of the Endura property, on the north part of the Endura property.
Yeah, but yeah, where it looks like the northern route's going east, almost at a right angle. Yeah, that intersection.
Yes. Okay, sorry, I wasn't clarifying.
And I think that it would be important with Westwood to start identifying, like separating out the ones that we're actively pursuing from the ones that are, when it gets sold, this is what we would like to see.
Yeah.
I think it would be a lot clearer. I mean, the people get freaked out if you put a line on a map by their house.
Through their property.
Through their property.
Yeah.
But as we do that, if things get developed close by, as long as, if they're in our realm of control, as long as we make those modifications,
Mm-hmm.
like if it goes over one property that way or one property that way, then as long as we pay attention to that, we'll just say, okay, so this is happening now. We would like you to incorporate that. As long as we do that, the county does that, then we can start making progress as people are selling. As they're not selling, we don't have the need as much for the interconnectivity. The more people are selling, the more we're gonna have to do it.
Yes.
But if we put it on as immediate pursuit versus long-term vision.
Yeah, I understand. And then what's one more
The other
thing?
thing that this doesn't show is interconnectivity with Bear County. I know
So
this is just within ours.
it's just so they have, of course, their, and I think I have that one.
Bear County starts at 211 right there, so we're
Yeah, so it does, like, it's weird. You can't see it right here. It's too small. But if you look at that black line that they're showing, that is Bear County. And then the black line to the north. And so it does, the county's thoroughfare plan does incorporate the Bear County roads or the city of San Antonio roads, whoever's they are. But for our thoroughfare plan, they just cropped in on us. I do have that other one if y'all needed to look at that. I could pull it up, but yeah, they do have a large scale county map that I think is going to be adopted fairly soon from the last conversations I heard with them.
But they haven't any public meetings about that.
I think that's the next step. So to have those public meetings, but yeah, I think that should be happening fairly soon because they seem like they're pretty much ready to wrap up that part of it. Mm-hmm.
Do you know if these changes that TxDOT provided, have they been incorporated? It sounds like you reached out to Mark, who said they would be, but we don't know if he actually did.
Yeah, we don't know.
And the challenge, just to be clear, I mean, Mark sort of works for us, but when it comes to the county planning, he very clearly works for the county. And he seeks his direction, as he should, from the county judge and the county commission. So when we made those recommendations with the yellow lines that came from TxDOT, this is why at the last meeting that you and I attended with TxDOT Mayor and Brianna, all three of us were there. Yeah, I was making the plea to TxDOT, and I think in subsequent meetings, we've had some virtual meetings. I always make the same plea. Please, don't just talk to us, talk to the county. If someone's got the judge's ear or the commissioner's ears, talk to them and let them know, because we aren't going to get anywhere with these recommended changes. We're willing to put them on a map, but if we can't do anything about it, the county has to be the one to adopt them. We can only adopt the ones that are in our ETJ and city limits. That's it. Beyond that, we have no real jurisdiction. It has to match with the county. So we have submitted to the county, but I just want to be clear, we have kind of very limited ability to make them put it on their map.
Yeah, this wouldn't probably be something they put on their map. These yellow lines would be ones that the city of Castroville just puts on our thoroughfare plan, in case those properties annex into the city of Castroville. Yeah. So, any additional questions? No?
I have some KMZs that I've had for probably a decade or about, that were developed through a couple of the master plan task force right-of-way people that worked on them. I don't think you've ever seen them. I know I've given them to a couple engineers over the years, but I will send those to you because one of them was a route around the north side of the airport to get across the south side of Castroville.
Okay.
That doesn't involve being as close to the river as this is. And, wherever we cross the Medina River south of Castroville, you've got about a 200-foot elevation change between the river and the landing, the ground on the west side. And boy, that is going to be a major undertaking. It's either going to be a half-mile bridge or it's going to be a huge road cut. I mean, there's no way around it. Half-mile tunnel.
Yeah.
A tunnel. Yeah. I suggested a tunnel under the airport, but that didn't go anywhere.
Be like Mobile.
Yeah. But that northern route is very similar to what has been proposed over and over and over again. I don't see how that's getting back to Highway 90 yet, and that's always been the hitch, was getting from County Road 366 back to Highway 90.
Yeah, they were thinking that this eventually would go. Yeah, I can't remember what Clay said that. Yeah, I don't think he was expecting that to wrap around to Highway 90. Clay made it seem like if they were gonna do a loop around Castroville, that the best planning efforts would go to the actual south of that. So, but I don't know.
There's no easy river crossings immediately south of Castroville. Down closer to Lacoste where they are.
Yeah.
They can get across the river, but where they built Alsatian, Medina River West, that's high ground.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
All right. Go back to, can I get that?
I'll go with you. Good night, Brianna.
Bye. See you later. Good one. Good night, guys. Good night.
Good night. Thanks for that. All right, I wanted to go back to this. And, I really want to address something as I get back into this. As we talk about the challenges, I know that it has been said that we are trying to make excuses for creating density, but what we're actually doing is we're faced with some very real truths that there are trade-offs. We're trying to figure out the best thing to do. I think that what some people fail to understand is that we care as much about the encroachment on our lifestyle as everybody else does. I think that there is a misperception about how much City Council really desires and needs to do whatever we can to control our surroundings. We just have limitations on what exactly we can do. So this is not trying to make excuses for why we're creating additional density. This is saying, we've got these real challenges. We have these things that are facing us, and these are the solutions that we're coming up with. We're absolutely open to having conversations about that. If people can help us come up with better solutions based on the reality that we're in, I think that everybody has proven their willingness to go through that and actually find these. So the challenge is, I may just go back through those, take them back up and say, the biggest challenge that we have is it's unwanted change. I don't think there's anybody that would disagree that we don't want everything that's happening to us. What has happened in between Castroville and San Antonio over the last 30 years has been astronomical, and people have been expecting it. I know they've been talking about what do they call it, Death Star is coming, and now the Death Star is here, and we are faced with this. The bigger problem with that is we're not only faced with the sprawl of San Antonio, we're also faced with greater restrictions on our ability to control. And they had a lot more legislative controls over it 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Our legislature has removed our ability to deal with some of those issues. And those are the real challenges that we're dealing with. So it begins with the property rights. The fact that people have the right to sell, they have the right to buy, and they have the right to develop. How that happens, we need to exert as much control as we can. I'll talk a little bit later about the carrot versus the stick. Sometimes when you can use the stick, when you must use the carrot. In other words, force what you can and encourage and inspire where you can. So we'll talk with what people also don't understand is that, and I'm going to bounce here forward just a second, for the utility service obligations inside of our CCN. This is a picture of our CCN in the green. This is where we are obligated, we are allowed and to have exclusive service in this area, and we are obligated to provide that service where we are able to, or present a plan for people to participate in. We don't have to take on the cost of all of that, but we do have an obligation to serve that whenever possible. So regardless of if these developments get approved or disapproved, we will still have to service them. And that is within that entire green boundary there. Talking about the impact, and again, this is meant to be an open discussion. If I misstate anything, if you have any further comments on any of these, I'm just, please interrupt and take over. And at the end, if you have additional, please. So the struggle that we have right now with our existing utilities, let's talk about the difference between capacity and reliability. We don't, with the current plan that we have, we definitely have some capacity constraints, but staff has dealt with that incredibly well in terms of phased systems. One of the improvements to the capacity you see just east of town with the bigger water tower. That's one. The next is going to be an elevated water tower, and this will be, as these developments are coming in, they are paying for their portion of these off-site infrastructure to be able to service the people inside of their development. So we present them with a plan, and they have the opportunity to participate or not to participate. But they can't just say, no, we don't want to spend that money, we're going to do it ourselves. They have an obligation to be a part of that plan. So inside of Castroville, one of the concerns that I've heard is that if you add more people onto our system, it is going to wreck us because we already have issues with our infrastructure, and you're going to drive up rates for our utility payers. So that's not entirely untrue on the first portion of it, but it is untrue on the second portion. The first portion, with our existing system, again, we have more of an issue with reliability. We've been addressing those issues. If you look at where we were 2 years ago before we made some of the capital investments and improvements, especially the Lafayette Street improvement, we were having citywide outages 2 or 3 times a year. I don't think we've had a citywide outage. We've had some large scale outages in impactful areas, but as we continue to improve those systems, we reduce those. But that is regardless of having additional people on that system. It actually makes it more cost effective for people inside of Castroville to have additional ratepayers that are on that, because then you have the same infrastructure with more ratepayers. It doesn't cost you any more to service it. It doesn't cost you any more to run it. You're just getting additional revenue. That is not a plea for higher density in Castroville. I think that we have been very clear about those keep out areas of historic Castroville, that we should not entertain any of that. We take it for what it is. And then we concentrate outside on our borders on how do we make things so that those people aren't negatively impacting our utility rates. So as we bring on these new people, because their utility systems are being built out by the developers, the offsite improvements are being built out by the developers in coordination with the city, I think that you will see rates start to flatten because most of this is done through PIDs or TERS, through the reimbursement mechanism. It's the people that are in those areas that are actually doing the reimbursement on this infrastructure. So for the people, the residents, the current residents of Castroville, it actually becomes more beneficial to our utility rates. And honestly, as we start adding these pieces on, we're creating additional reliability in the system by doing things like water looping, by creating extra redundancy in our systems. So that is a requirement of a lot of the developments that are coming at us. We're saying, okay, so you want this, well, this is what we want. We want to loop in the water system. We want to increase our reliability for the existing citizens.
One thing we need to also point out is the city does have a water management plan.
Mm-hmm.
And in stage 4, it states that if they haven't already submitted a permit to tap into our water system, they will not be allowed to until we come out of that state interdiction. That's very important for everybody to understand because I've heard a lot of citizens, both here and out and about, the water, we're in droughts. We're already back in stage 3 and everything. So they're very concerned about, well, if we're in stage 3, how are we letting all these homes tap in? And so it's very important for us to get the word out that we do have a plan in place to handle this. It is very, that way they know that the city will not allow tapping in if we get to, I think it's the stage 4 in our water management plan. So that is very, I got people. So it's very important for us to point out.
Great, good point. We do have Edwards Aquifer District coming in. I think you saw that on the next meeting. They're going to come in and give us a presentation on that to be very clear about what their rules are. So, good point. All right, anything else on those items?
Well, I wanted to say that the last time we checked, we still had headroom on our acre feet. I mean, we haven't reached our limitation of how much water we can pump. So we weren't really even close. So, I mean, we have room for growth there. It just has to be managed correctly. So,
well, and with the new developments, having to bring their own water rights.
They're adding to our acre feet. Yes.
So they are bringing the water rights. The Edwards has only so many water rights that are distributed, and we'll explain that in more detail. So as long as they have the water rights that are bought, because they have to be bought from somebody else to have them, or if they have to be converted from agricultural use, there are only so many that are available, and they have to purchase those.
Mayor, can we talk through like what happens? You mentioned it, and kind of talk around and not talk directly to it.
Thank you.
With the, I'm going to use the Gutierrez property as an example. So what some people have said is that you don't need to do development agreements. You don't need to try to work with these people. These developers don't want to build 12,000 square foot lots. Let them disannex. Let them go do it in the county. The issue is, I don't know what the thought is, but my understanding is that the county can't establish minimum lot size requirements. Okay.
I didn't, later. We're still talking specifically on the utility rates right now.
Okay.
Okay. And you, actually, it's a good segue to Senate Bill 2038, voluntary disannexation from the ETJ. If I can, the question came up just a second ago. The question came up, who has interpreted this? And this has been interpreted by our city attorney. It's been interpreted by TML. I actually have on the bottom here. So this is a portion of the summary from TML.
You may want to expand on that. Some people may not know TML.
Thank you. That's Texas Municipal League. Those are they're basically
Association we're a member of.
Yeah, they're an association that we're a member of. They they advocate for cities like us with the legislature on any bills that are going through, things that impact us. They have attorneys on staff that regularly update us on things that could impact us. They update us on the implications of what has been passed. They render their opinions on what some of the benefits can be of certain ones, what the impacts, the negative things about other ones are. And so we leverage them quite regularly for advice, legal advice, and direction on some things.
So to Ms. Byfield's comments earlier, she recommended that we have a legislative attorney on staff that does this. The short answer is we do have one. It's not, we don't have to pay for them, thankfully. They're part of our TML membership and provide legal advice on all sorts of matters, including Senate Bill 2030.
And we got a secondary opinion from our own city attorney after she receives this, just to understand exactly what those implications are. So,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and multiple cities have opened lawsuits over the exact same interpretation that we have. So it's not just us who are under this impression of what it means. It's pretty uniform opinion.
So the biggest issue is right now in our, what's called our ETJ, or Extended Territorial Jurisdiction, for a city our size, it extends for a half a mile from each one of our city borders. With Senate Bill 2038, it does two things. One, what happened before is when you extended your city limits, your ETJ extended along with it. That's no longer the case. People have to voluntarily come into your ETJ as your city limits expand. Two, it allows for developers to remove themselves from the ETJ voluntarily, and we cannot deny it. We either approve it or we leave it alone and it is automatically approved. We have chosen not to. There was one that was already filed. We chose not to approve it because we don't agree with it. And it is still going to be automatically approved. They are in the process, and that is right on our borders. And that is hundreds of acres that they will no longer have any kind of regulation from our subdivision ordinance. There was a question during the planning and zoning meeting about the application of the CZO. I think the subdivision portion of the CZO, the subdivision ordinance, is the one that we have in the ETJ. We don't have zoning in the ETJ, so we don't have the CZO or the new UDO. The only portion of that would be applicable would be the thoroughfare planning and the.
I think the comment was the subdivision ordinance referred back to our CZO, and I think that's what I don't know if you were talking about, but my recollection was Alexander brought up.
Yep.
I'll be honest, I wasn't prepared to answer him at that moment, which prevails, but anyway.
So I left a reference on here for where you can find this full opinion on TML's website, and then also where you can find the actual law itself to go and look that up. If anybody wants a copy of that, if you'll just reach out to the city secretary, she can send you the entire presentation. It is rather large, but you're welcome to it.
That gets into, just reading this, that gets into the whole difference between home rule versus general law. We are general law, not home rules. Home rule cities have greater latitude to establish ordinances outside of their city limits. General law cities are very limited in that respect.
And as we start approaching that home rule size, I think one of the things we've talked about is looking into the additional controls that we have on our borders by doing that. If we don't have a very specific reason to do it, then I don't think it's worth the money to go through it. But based on this, if you have the extension of nuisance ordinances outside the city limit for home rule cities, that might be something just by itself. Think about dark sky lighting kinds of things, any kind of other nuisance like a rock band venue, whatever. I know that there's a bunch of places that are pushing back.
A few other things that are.
So, I mean, those are things that we're not faced with for probably a couple of years. As we're approaching these, we need to start digging into what are some of the benefits, and then honestly, what are some of the dangers. I've seen cities that have gotten themselves into problems because of they went through a full rewrite instead of doing like a very minor rewrite to incorporate just the things that they found beneficial and inadvertently created some additional issues. So that's something that we have to be very, very careful as we go through. The next is ensuring that new pays for new. So a lot of these things we'll start talking about. I've actually got some financial numbers to work through. They're not fully baked out, but I'll show you the approach that we have started taking. We're going through to refine these numbers to look at these new developments and just make sure with our existing CZO and subdivision ordinance, it doesn't take into consideration the financial impacts. And I'll talk about those in just a second. So we are very concerned to ensure that new pays for itself and it doesn't cost the existing citizens for the new citizens. Once the new citizens come in, we absolutely have an obligation to welcome them into the community and to make sure that they get involved, but we don't want to pay for them to come. Dealing with traffic. Brianna already covered portions of this. I'll go into a little bit more detail about dealing with traffic. Did anybody have anything else to say about new pays for new?
No.
Firm agreement. Dealing with traffic. We are dealing with traffic in so many different ways. I've got some specific details from some past documentation that was given to us by TxDOT. A couple of details that were in the TxDOT presentation from the GOMA meeting, and we'll talk about specifically TxDOT roadways that go beyond what Brianna was talking about with our thoroughfare planning that we're working through right now. So we are absolutely dealing with traffic in multiple different areas. The bigger issue is dealing with county growth. That's the next thing that I'll talk about. The biggest risk that we have is not, honestly, it's not things in how much development happens in the city, it's how much stuff happens outside of the city, all around us, the things that are impacting us. Again, I'll go into more detail with that once we get to the maps. The carrot versus the stick. Where do we have a stick? If we got a stick, use the stick. If you gotta use a carrot, use a carrot. But it is, some of the recommendations, if you look at what planning and zoning, when we put out the proposed development agreement regulations or policies, what planning and zoning came back with were the things that they felt were too restrictive that would keep developers from agreeing to them. And so we're trying to be as restrictive as possible. Planning and zoning came back and said, well, you might have better success if you do things that are reasonable that they will actually buy into. So pick your battles is basically what they said. When we went through that joint meeting with planning and zoning and with the city council, at first I was a little bit bothered by the fact that they didn't incorporate all of those into the presentation, but I understood as they walked through it, what they were trying to do is go through it item by item and have that open discussion. If they just put it up on a wall, then they're saying, so this is a proposal, do you like it or not? If they put it out and they say, so this is the item, and planning and zoning had comments that were on there, and Jim, the chair of planning and zoning, he had it right next to him, and every time we went through one of those, I double checked with him on the things that I knew he had commented about to see if we could double click on any of those. So they had that in front of them. They did talk through some of those items. We will continue that conversation with them and put it out on the table and say, what is it that really means something to you? What is it that you feel is actionable that the developers will hear and adhere to, and that really means something to people of Castroville? Planning is imperative. On one side, I've heard people complain about the amount of money that we're spending on Simple City. This has been in the budget. When did we first put the combination of the downtown master plan, the comprehensive plan, and the UDO? It's been in our.
Well, we identified it. So in 2021, when I first got here, we did our first council planning retreat or workshop and met that day. And one of the outcomes of that was the desire to establish a capital improvement plan. And then we went through a separate capital improvement plan workshop, I think in like September of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And out of that, y'all prioritized kind of what you wanted to see in that capital improvement plan. And that was things like the Lafayette water line and some of the streets projects, et cetera. But these items have been in there since 2021, since that September meeting, I'm pretty certain.
And in talking to other cities, I've got a couple of anecdotal examples. Fredericksburg paid about $500,000 for this. Was it?
Well, we went through a bid process to select them, and
let me finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I'm just going through some of the other ones. I think Bandera was about $500,000. Taylor, about the same thing. San Marcos, I think it was just for their UDO, was $750,000. That didn't include the comp plan, that didn't include downtown master plan, that was just for the UDO. And if you look at it, their ordinances are just ordinances, just like our ordinances are just ordinances. But and that wasn't through Simple City, that was through another company that did that. So the cost that we were paying for this, we're actually getting a better deal than most other cities, but it's right in line with the other small towns in Texas. You look at Bandera and Taylor and Fredericksburg, and I mean, none of these are Castroville, but they're similar in size and scope of what we're looking at. Because we're doing these together and they're incorporating, the biggest expense during this is the public input process. We could have something for next to nothing, and we actually had people that said when we were doing the bids, they're like, we had one company, very distinguished company with a great reputation, solid on the technical, but they said, we know your codes so well, we could write them for you overnight, we have no learning curve, we can do it for you right now, and we'll be done. Which completely removed the public process, which would have created codes that would build San Antonio, which would create the things that we are trying to avoid, which is, honestly, it's the sprawl that happens in the bigger cities. It is incorporating these nationally accepted suburban things that really are leaning more towards the developers. We're trying to ask for something more. And I know that we're really challenged on that. I know that there's compromises we need to make, but they are done through this public engagement process. The fortunate thing is, we've had a lot of public input. There's always room for improvement on that communications piece. I was a little bit disturbed to hear the one comment that was, that it seemed like the responses were misleading. So I would like to double check that. I want to make sure that, I know the way that they've approached this in other cities. To me, the best indicator of future performance is past performance, and what have they done in these other cities. And they wrote the codes to these small Texas towns. There were places that meant something that mirrored what the best parts of it were. They wrote into the code the best parts. They wrote out of the code the worst parts, but they did it based on community involvement. And I know Simple City threw out some crazy ideas, but they were trying to find out.
Seeing what the range was.
Exactly. Is this something other places have done this? Is that something that excites you, scares you, or you absolutely just want to hang me for even mentioning it? Some of them were that last one.
I want to know when I was planning to talk about planned unit developments when I get to the P&Z report, but if we can jump into that anytime, let me know, because I started reading this, rereading this after the P&Z meeting, and I've got a few things that I should
absolutely
bring up. I'm done.
I was just going to say two things possibly on feedback not reflecting what people heard in person. I know that the last time that the questions went up online, people were very disturbed that it was the same questions they were asked in person. And I felt like we communicated effectively after that no, it's the same questions you were asked in person for people who couldn't make it. We're not going to give them a filtered version. We're going to let them respond to the same opportunity you had. It's possible that was some of the confusion, but that wasn't, I don't think that's what we heard. I also have talked to a few people who know that there is a lot of vitriol, a lot of heightened emotions around the UDO process, and have elected to not go to the meetings because they don't want to expose themselves or their families. They just don't want to be in the room with people who are angry. And so they've stayed home. And it might be that the online results skew different from the in-person results because we have a large organized group who's attending the in-person meetings right now. And people who disagree with them might want to stay home.
Okay, sure.
But I've also heard from people that when we did the workshop and everything, they saw what the document we had, when we were taking our notes and then doing section by section, that they're not fully being heard. They don't feel like there's been a compromise. Yeah, this is what Simple City and everything puts out there, but the citizens are like, well, wait a minute, what about this? And their what about this isn't mentioned. You know, as far as materials used, as far as like the alleys in the back of the homes, where the garages are, the citizens don't feel like there's a compromise of what they're saying. And we need to, as we're advocates for the citizens, we need to make sure their portion is annotated too, as a compromise. And when they see this document that we had at the workshop, they don't feel that.
Did they write that at the, so the question is, when they were at the workshop,
Are we talking about the
P and Z?
Okay, so we're talking about the draft
P&Z ones.
Yeah,
development
joint one.
agreement.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah, no.
I think we were talking about the UDO process.
Well, I mean, planning and zoning stuff that we're going through,
Intersecting.
they tie in together.
Well, let's go back to the UDO and let's talk about the P&Z if that's okay. So the UDO process, the one thing that I was concerned about was that people are saying that their impression of what they're seeing on the website that they're putting up, it feels like it's drawing them to a conclusion that people are saying we don't want. I think, I gotta go back and look at it. I will dig into this specifically with the one that mentioned it to understand exactly where that is, because we need to make sure that, I know that that's not their approach, but if they're giving that impression, we definitely need to make sure that they're not doing that.
Yeah.
That they're not, I know that they're not trying to, but if it comes across, if at the end of this, we have drawn them to a conclusion, a pre-formed conclusion, then we haven't done our jobs.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing I'm hearing right now is, for the UDO and CCO, there's nothing about trailers. Nothing about trailer park. So they think that the city is pushing them to a side. There's other things that, as far as the lot size and stuff like that. So they don't think they're being heard.
But we're only the sausage making. So having gone through this, do you feel like, I know that there's sometimes the impression, just like people want to come and speak during the city council meetings, it's not appropriate to do there, but it's absolutely appropriate to do it before and afterwards. And so do you feel like they're speaking this during the things, and then what they're seeing is a summary of things and they're missing details?
Yes, because they're feeling like they're being brushed off.
Okay.
And so we gotta make sure they understand, yes, we've heard you, and we try to tie it in as best as we can. That's what we gotta look at.
And as
legal as
did
possible.
occur this evening, and did occur during the P&Z joint meeting, a lot of people are concerned about the lot size situation.
Yep.
But
me too.
This is the planning and zoning development, PUD development ordinance. This came from ordinance 2002-003. And it sets a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet and a procedure through which the developer, whoever is approaching the city with this, there are requirements and there's procedures, and one of the procedures is that they show up with their application with a plan, with a lot count, and with an acreage, and a whole lot of other information. And so, yes, there is a plan in place when this application is filed with the city. But the city has created this ordinance. The city has said, this is a rule that we will follow, and we're obligated to follow it if somebody shows up and meets all the requirements and has a plan.
But that's in the CCO, not.
This is in the subdivision ordinance.
That's in the subdivision.
Yeah, no, that was, I think that is the one that we were having conflict between what was in the CZO and what was in the.
What's in the CZO is called a planned development zone or district.
District, yeah.
And completely separate.
Yeah, that's the one that has a paragraph about it.
It talks about 50 acres minimum. This doesn't. This has no minimum acreage. It's all here. It's very clear. And the process is to submit this to the city administrator and selected staff with a plan in place and the number of dwelling units and total acreage and recreational facilities. And the city administrator accompanied by the appropriate fees. It's all very carefully laid out here. And if you're going to make a rule and then punish people for using it, then we've got a problem.
So that's something that we need to make sure that we're addressing with Central City to make sure that is incorporated in.
Or replaced, one of the other.
Well, that's the whole reason behind the UDO is to bring these things all together.
Correct.
And honestly, when I look back at it, we should have just called it the CZO because it's a comprehensive zoning ordinance.
It's not so comprehensive because there's ordinances outside of it that affect it.
Exactly. It was supposed to be a comprehensive and then it stopped being comprehensive.
Right.
And so now what we're doing is we're unifying it, but it was very confusing. If it would have been just called what it is, and that is an update to the CZO, I think that people would have had a lot. You change the name of something, you change the implication of it, and it scares people. And I get it, so, we learned from our mistakes.
And it turns around and you're not listening to me.
Right.
That's right.
This is my interpretation.
And the kicker is we can't because we have an ordinance that says they can do this.
Right. And so, but that's what we gotta clarify and get the word out, communication.
Yep, absolutely. Well, and I think that with any of these, part of what we need to incorporate into our UDO is, honestly, if we have a UDO, I think it's going through, well, it goes through city council, but I think that we set up a separate policy. As we go through this, let's just set up a separate policy for a town hall meeting where people actually can ask their questions. That's the frustration.
I just wrote down town hall meeting for education.
Well, that was one of the things.
We all have under the future items, we have a couple of things we have to schedule. One of them is the follow-up joint planning and zoning and council meeting. We gotta figure out when we're gonna do that.
Mhm.
And then y'all had requested to have basically keep in mind, so to clarify, we can't have town halls. You can only call special council meetings. And that's something I'm becoming more aware of because it's a new law. It's gonna be that way. Anyway, what's that? I don't know. I'm calling it new because it's 2020 or something. It's probably 2020, but I haven't had occasion to do one since then. So the last time I did it, I did it in like 2018, 2019.
But if you do a specially called meeting, then how do you open it up for discussion with the public? Because I think one of the frustrations of the public is you're either in a one-on-one discussion, which they really want to be heard, and does that really, unfortunately, people aren't.
If you remember here recently, we had public input. Our wording said that it was question and answers.
Okay.
And it'd be something like that. I mean, we still have it where you can have both.
We just have
Almost like a
to,
public hearing, but it would be.
let's figure out what that needs to look like. Call it whatever you want, specially called, but it's gotta be something that's interactive. I want people to have the opportunity, like we have so many constraints under how we can communicate. And I'm not going to jail because somebody wants to communicate in a way that's gonna put me in jail, I'm sorry.
Well, a special call,
But if we can-
you have to have a certain number of council members to have.
That's fine. I think the council can support that. So let's figure out exactly what that looks like, and let's have that open dialogue with them. And it's gonna be even more important as we start going through more of the implementation phase of the UDO. Okay, anything else that's on here right now, or can I've got a couple of slides that I wanted to kind of walk through. Let's go. So this is our CCM, we talked about this. So I grabbed, this is kind of a modification of something that I had shown before. This is, what is this? This is 1995. If you look at Castroville down at the bottom left, about 3/4 of the way up, you can see Petrenko Road going across. Right in the middle, vertically, you can see 211 that only goes basically a little bit south.
Road.
Yeah, just up to Petrenko Road, and then 1604 on the right-hand side. And if you look down in 1995, how much development was on the side of Petrenko, it was really very little. All right, fast forward.
Boom.
Well, this is just 10 years later. This is actually 9 years later. So I kind of circled the areas that added development. So if you look at, I'm going to go back. There was no development, and there was development in all of those areas. Okay, so that is, I brought this up because, like, one of the things on social media, people from these new subdivisions that have been here for some less than 10 years, some less than 20, most less than 30 years, they're complaining about the growth.
Slam the door.
But they're part of it.
Yep, I got here.
So let's go.
Close the door behind me.
That's now. Now I left the original things up there because that was too much for me to go through and encapsulate. That's 20 years worth of growth. That's thousands of homes. That's thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Why are we experiencing the traffic that we're dealing with in Castroville? And this is just east. That's the most dramatic stuff that's happening, is the stuff that's happening east. And I go back and forth with these just for dramatic effect of here to there. Now let's look at Castroville. All right, can you guess what year that was? There's one telltale thing that'll show you.
89.
Your choices are 1995, 2009, and 2023.
95, because my house wasn't built yet.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, the
Mine was
entire,
built in 97.
almost the entire
River Bluff
River
there.
Bluff subdivision is empty.
So that tells you that's 1995. Fast forward 10 years, and it filled up.
Oh, yeah.
And that was, how many homes do we have in there? 130, I think?
Something like that.
So we added 130 homes.
And about 30 on Country Village.
Yeah.
Yeah, filled in
Country
Country
Village
Oh, yeah,
is,
yeah.
blowing up
And
too.
an extra row of apartments in Country Village.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is about 70.
What it doesn't show is Wally World now, or does it? Is it Wally World?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Now let's go with.
Oh, there's Wally World.
But if you look at it, let's go look at that versus that versus that. It's small incremental growth. There wasn't, I mean, now, actually with all of the stuff that's happening around us, that if you think about a curve, we're going to really an exponential curve. It was an additive curve.
Castroville's grown like less than 10% in the last 25 years.
Right.
Yeah, gradual slope.
There's actually a decent amount of infill that's happened. I'd be curious to see in 30 years how much infill has happened. Because you see a lot of empty lots that are here. There's a lot of empty lots that are there. I mean, around my house, just my couple of blocks, I think there have been, since 95, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish houses just over a couple of blocks. I was talking to Thunder Jack, who lives right up the street on Gentiles, and he's like, you know, this place back when I was growing up, like this was all just forest, and this is where we'd go hiking, and there were no streets. And so it did build out over time, but not to the same level that the rest of it is. Now compare this growth that we just saw in Castroville to that growth. Even
magnitudes.
So this is a color version. If you look at this, in the very middle, you can see the red ones, Country Village Estates, the Heights, Alsatian Oaks, Black Creek, those are all of the ones that have a plan put together. All of the other ones, including the one south of the park, including the ones east, the newest one is the Decock Farm just sold. You have 1,000+ acres that have been owned by developers. Again, Decock was just sold. The Vanderwally Farm and the other, I think it was a Kemp property south of the park, that was sold 20 years ago. So they have owned this for 20 years. They've been trying to develop this for 20 years. And that's why I think they're so fed up and have the one in the middle next to the airport has petitioned to remove themselves from the ETJ because they don't want to deal with our subdivision ordinances. Now, once they do that, and that's with any of these, once they do that, we lose control over what they do, and we have to count on the county. The county has proven themselves to do gated subdivisions without interconnectivity and have done a pretty significant part in increasing the traffic down Petranco. It's not all their fault.
Oh, yeah.
But because they've
The
not.
only arterial there is Petranco Road.
Exactly. There were no interconnections, and I think that's a learning opportunity for the county to do, and I feel like that they are making strides with this, with Westwood trying to get the thoroughfare plan together, and I commend them for that. But even with all of those, so those are the things that are on our doorstep. Those are the things that we are faced with immediately, right now. These are happening. 20 years ago, they were talking about the Death Star coming, but really until I think 2002 was when the Vanderwally Farm sold, and that was the very first one. Before that, they wouldn't sell to outside. That one got sold, and subsequently, people have started selling it other stuff. The thing that scares me.
You've got a new generation of owners.
Yep. And a new, you look at the price of property 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Versus the price of
I
property
think it's
now.
the big issue is property values. The property is
astronomical.
It's
But what's scary is if they're still in our CCN, we still have to provide utilities.
exactly. We still have to provide utilities. So people saying, don't let them come here because our utilities can't handle it. Well, we still have an obligation to deal with that, and we still have an obligation to sell them. And their ability to pay for that is greatly diminished. And so at a certain point, they can, like, I was talking to an engineering firm about where does it make sense for them to start putting out, because like the county's done pocket sewer plants, they've done their own wells, and there are wells on most of these properties with water rights. He said it's about 1,000 people, 1,000 homes or businesses. So any one of these in the county can fit. If they do their own pocket plant, they're not restricted on the size of the lot because they're not doing septic. The county will restrict for septic, but if they've got their own sewer, they're not restricted. They don't have to.
And from what I've been told, those pocket plants are good for about 10 years, then they fail.
And then they want to come on ours, and we have to deal with the effect of all of that. So the best thing is honestly to work with these on, and plus it is not just on our doorstep, it's inside our front door. These things are impacting us no matter what. I would rather have some sort of control over, and it's not, like, the thing that confuses me is the one sole judge of quality is a 12,000 square foot lot. It's important to maintain what we have inside of historic Castroville, no question. You don't want to change what people have dealt with for years and decades and generations. That's inappropriate. Outside, does it really pay for itself? Does it really make sense? Will people actually do that? Can you actually force that? There was a comment about the heights of Castroville. They don't have to remove themselves from the ETJ. They're in the county. So what they could do is still pretty substantial. They did some, part of the agreement was that they do some offsite drainage improvements that we already need. Part of what they did was create additional interconnectivity.
We did already annex them, didn't we?
What's that?
We did already annex them, but.
They can disannex.
They can still disannex.
They're not 50 acres.
They can't disannex from the ETJ, they can disannex from the city. They can still follow our subdivision ordinance and build what they originally proposed, which was one way in, one way out at 471. All of those properties in there would come out. We would only have regulation on the 471 frontage, basically up to where the house is. everything behind that, we would have very little control over drainage. They would have to take care of their own drainage, but they wouldn't do additional drainage improvements. I don't know that, and there are some other things that we can require, but our ability to require some of those things is kind of problematic. And when you look at the impact of that one, like look at this whole thing, the impact of that one little thing. Yes, we have to not give up ground wherever possible, but the impact of everything else that's happening around us, why aren't we more concerned with what's happening in the county and driving them to ensure that they've got thoroughfares that are being put in? In a town of 3,300 people, having over 30,000 cars a day, that's not Castroville growth. Going back to how Castroville has grown over the last 30 years, that's not Castroville growth. That is the growth that's happening around us, and we're being buried by it. So the impact that we have, even if we double the size of Castroville, that if you take your traffic from 3,000 to 6,000, you've still got 30,000. It's a drop in the bucket. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be careful. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be meticulous about creating the place that people want the expansion of Castroville to live true to the spirit and nature of Castroville. So that's just kind of high level overview. That green line, by the way, is Medina County. So there's still, when you look at how much is in there, there's 2,200 acres that are just below those developments that could get sold out. There's thousands of acres in there. If you look at the size, Alsatian Oaks, the biggest one in there, 450 acres. You're talking about how many, 10,000 acres in that whole area? And what could the county do? We should be more concerned with the county's thoroughfare planning and what people can do on our doorsteps through the county, what they will allow, versus what we can inspire. So here's the other challenge. I took two different stabs at this. Part of what New Paid for New is, the top piece is, it's a portion of the cost per capita from the original Alsatian Oaks development agreement. These are the numbers that they used. And this is 5-year-old detail. So the costs on those are going to be a little bit more, but just taking what we have to align this with our current budget, but it's not significantly different. So our cost per capita for police, municipal court, animal control, IT, non-departmental, it had in their utility costs, but I took that out because that's really a function of our utility bill and not our tax base revenue that has to pay for these systems. And I added two more items that weren't on that one. The people that are in RET that are on, around us, they'll still use our parks, they'll still use our library. Honestly, we're still impacted in animal control because people dump animals. You hear this all the time from Kyle, you hear this all the time from Petunias. They're out here for every event. They have so many volunteers, and it's just getting worse. Police. Yep. Well, thank you. Everyone.
German Shepherd.
Nice. That's a big dog.
We got a lot of dollars.
We are full up on dogs. So the other thing is, they say you only serve police within your city limits, but these people are going to consider themselves in city limits, and you know that our cops are going to act up. Just like the county takes care of the school district, but if anything happens in or around Castroville, our cops show up. So you have to look at it. Those items are impacted no matter if we allow them to annex or not. No matter if we take that control to get something a little bit better or not, we are still going to be, it's going to be a negative impact to us. If we do annex them and we take on new streets, this is a very preliminary. I worked with a local streets contractor to say, all right, so all of the new subdivisions, they're all doing asphalt curb and gutter. So if you do asphalt curb and gutter and you do it correctly, I wish Phil was here to double click on this. We'll revisit this another time so that he can double check that. I didn't look at the initial cost because we don't really care what it initially costs. That is on the developers, they'll do that. They do that at their performance. What we do care about is what kind of maintenance needs to be done on these. So I wanted to break it down. What are the main maintenance items on an asphalt road? That's crack repair, that's annual, and that's average cost per square yard per year is 33 cents per square yard per year. That is one of the most important things to do. The other one, the seal coating, honestly, that one could be from what I understand, that's not essential in keeping the quality of the street, but it does make it look nicer. So that is, I put that in, and these are, when I was given a range of costs, I put the high cost. So these are very possibly overestimating. But the assumption is when you put in a cost, you put it in today's dollars, and you assume that that property values will align with inflation rates. But we know that doesn't always happen. So I'd rather overestimate just a little bit to be able to accomplish that, but we are going to continue to refine this. And then just on normal maintenance or repairs, that's dealing with the curbs, the sidewalks, the potholes, the things that just need to be maintained. That's $24 per yard per year. And then replacement at the end of life. If you do all of these to this level and you're good about it, these streets should last 30 years. At the end of 30 years, assuming that they were put in correctly, which we need to make sure is in our codes, that they are done correctly, that we have inspections on them so that they are done correctly, then you should only have to do a mill and overlay. So you mill off the top layer, you overlay it with another hot mix, and if you take that across the lifespan of the street, that's $20 per square yard per year times 30 years. So it's basically just setting aside the money right now. So then what I did is I calculated average street width in most of these developments is 30 plus feet for their local roads. Some of their, what are they called? Are they collectors or arterials? The smaller of the, like the Alsatian Oaks collectors. Collectors, yeah, that's right. Northern Iowa's arterial. Alsatian Oaks would be more arterial. So the arterial.
Smaller than the collector too, I'm just trying to what it is. Local.
So that's a little bit bigger, but I just went like strictly the street that is in front of your house. This doesn't include side streets. This doesn't include the corner lots. This includes the one that is directly in front of your house, 30 feet wide on average. We can go down from that a little bit. The streets, the paved width in historic Castroville is about 20 feet, but we also don't have curb and gutter. And so it's very problematic. I think that if we go down that unless we don't allow on-street parking, that's going to be a hot mess. So I figured 30 feet was a good width to just begin with.
It's pretty standard.
Pretty standard, right. So then on the right-hand side, I did lot width in feet. I took these directly from the, because I had the numbers in the Flat Creek. They said for, I put in an extrapolation at 80 feet. I think they started with, I don't remember exactly. It was like a 40, 50, 60, and a 70. No, it was a 50, a 60, and a 70. And then I extrapolated to 40 and 80 on either side. So if we go, our standard 12,000 square foot lots are 80 feet wide. If we do I think they're 80 feet by 150 feet.
83 by 166.
83 by 166. I didn't even know this. So let's just call it 80 feet in front of it. That is per year, you are, for a 12,000 square foot lot, it's about $7,000 just for the street. If you go down to, and again, this is not advocating for one size of lot over the other, but there is a cost that you have to understand that goes into that. So we have to be very clear. If we have 12,000 square foot lots and it is 80 feet of asphalt in front of each one, that cost is $7,000 roughly per year.
That's to kind of count both sides, right?
That takes into account just in front of them.
Half the street?
Just.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 30 feet wide.
But for one lot.
For one lot,
On
80
both
feet.
sides.
They're bought on both sides of the street, so it's really 15.
Yeah, but if you take into consideration, that's a good point. So maybe it's a little bit less, but you also have the side streets, you have the collectors. So coming up with a example, sure. But that's a really good point. The other thing that was brought up to me was, it was really looking at the rest of them. And it's looking at, I think you look at each development as a whole and say, how many total, because they get a pro forma on how many total square yards of road they're going to put in. How many, how long, how wide. So you take this and you put it through the model and you make a determination based on that. I think that's the right way to start going. Even if we don't set the requirement at that, if we at least take a look at it and see what other benefit can go into it. So you say, with this, how can we afford current Castroville? And what we found is we really can't, and that's one of the reasons all of the infrastructure that was put in Castroville was put in after it was already laid out. And people were like, this is a good idea. And they didn't think through it and say, how much does this cost us long term? They just said, this is a good idea, we need to put it in. And I don't think that was a bad idea. But as we start growing, we have to be a lot more methodical about this, especially as we're growing substantially like this. So these are the things that keep me up at night. How do you ensure that on top of the cost per resident of $400 to $800 for services, add to that, $3,000 to $7,000 for streets, add to that, whatever else, how do you ensure that you are being responsible with these? Okay, any questions or comments on this? Again, this is honestly, it's a lag. It's trying to get to that point of how do we evaluate these developments holistically? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What is the interaction? What is the impact for traffic? What is the impact for, every time you cover up good farmland, I'm sorry, there's a reduction to our quality of life. But if these people are coming in, they're doing sports facilities, they're building stuff for our kids, they're doing additional things that can improve the quality of life for us, ourselves and our families, what does that look like? So, taking the same extrapolations and the same estimates that they had in their, this is in Flat Creek, starting at 40 feet. I guess I swapped those, so I'm sorry, it's a little confusing on one side. The last one I put 80 on the left and 40 on the right, so just take that. So if you think about our existing homes in Castroville right now, average is about $320,000. Actually, no, it's less than that, isn't it? After deductions?
Well, after deductions.
Mine's 322,000.
It is, I think, I looked at it 2 years ago, it was $250,000. No, that was 3 or 4 years ago. So let's call it $320,000 is our average price for an 80 square foot lot. And
80-foot wide lot.
An 80 foot wide lot. So what they're contributing on an 80 foot wide lot, well, I mean, on the left hand side, it's $1,674 to the city. Going back to what it actually cost us, it's multiple times that. And so is that actually a good decision? I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm saying these are the questions that we need to ask to understand where this costs are. So these are the costs that they're suggesting for these homes. These are not cheap homes. I know that some of them are smaller lot sizes, but they're not cheap, they're not ugly. They're quite beautiful homes that have a higher value than existing Castroville. Does that mean that we should approve them? No, not on its own. But you have to take the entire thing as a sum of its parts and look at all of these different considerations. And this whole conversation is really, again, it's not to sway people one side or the other because I don't know. But these are the things that keep me up at night, and I think they keep you up as well. How do you make a good, solid, informed decision that benefits Castroville? Okay, anything else on any of the stuff that I covered there? Okay. All right, moving on to textile. So this is 471 North and Highway 90. You see Sammy's on the right, top right-hand side of that corner, Bill Miller's bottom left. So this is what XDOT sent us 2 years ago, I think it was. And this was their proposal at that time. And that was, and I misspoke. I told somebody that it was a left turn lane, a left turn lane or straight, and then a right turn lane only. It's actually going south on 471 to Highway 90. It's 2 left turn onlys and a straight or a right only, which I think is maybe problematic for the people that are trying to turn right when there's one person that's trying to go straight. So, but that they said would increase doing that and putting, so in the in the mornings, that's when the primary amount of traffic is there. To do that, they have to widen it pretty substantially. Because you see, they're actually going into one of the existing lanes to make that happen.
So you lose your free ride?
Do you have a free ride right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you lose your free ride.
If you're going south?
If you're going south, you lose your free ride. It's straight or right. But I don't know that this is.
I don't know how much traffic goes straight through there, but there's some. And it
There is
only
some.
takes one.
Right. It only takes one to back up a whole other.
People are gonna ditch through that parking lot here.
They already did.
But this is the conversation that we have with Texas. Again, this was their original proposal. It's a couple of years old. I don't know if they modified it, so I want to give that caveat. Don't take this as vital. This is what they gave us a couple of years ago. The other thing is going west on Highway 90, where people are already using that as a right turn lane. They're actually going to expand that out to include that as a right turn lane. Something for people to be aware of. If you look at, if you can see going Highway 90 on either side, those purple lines, that's their actual right of way. I'm just going to leave that there.
And yeah, all that parking will go away.
Well, it's almost right up to the.
Front of Stampy's will be right on 90.
You're right, it's not hard. But, I mean, luckily they won't lose much, but it still just kind of messes with the experience, honestly. Wow.
Well, if there's an accident or something, somebody flies off the
Right
curb,
through.
drive through.
Yeah. We don't want Santa Claus drive through. Okay, so that's what they had proposed. Now, they were actually supposed to let this was the presentation that they gave us. I don't think they gave this at Govadina. But when they did it with Brianna and Scott and myself, they were saying there's a part that's in their presentation. So basically from 5 Points at the top of the hill, all the way down to, I think it's just past Hades, like around this area. They're doing a full reno. It's like a $20 million job. So they're gonna do, I think it's an inland overlay. But what originally they had planned on was just street maintenance. They had looked at it with the bridge, where they have to replace the bridge rails. And they told me that they might have to change out the bridge rails. And I said, so if you change those out, could you make them so we can actually see the river? And they're like, well, let me check into it. Turns out they don't actually have to replace the rails. They were afraid it was going to be, they were doing so much that's not actually a good crash barrier, but they said that it actually did fit, and they're not messing with the bridge. But they wanted to include bike lanes, pedestrian lanes, and full accessibility for all of the curb cuts, which they don't, like, if you look right up here on Fiorillo, trying to get like across from the Nickelodeon building over on the other side of September Square, across and over from the bank. You have to go around it. Stop.
They must also be doing the drainage work from JXN Bank all the way down to practically to Hades.
They're doing a lot of stuff there. What that actually looks like, they're letting us know, but we haven't seen the final details of it. And that's their story to tell, but I just wanted to let people know that we are staying on top of this, and we're trying to keep in communication with them as much as possible. They've been really pretty good partners. They're not proactive in providing the information, but honestly, they are, from what I understand, their biggest issue is a lack of workforce. That's their engineers, their management. They don't have time to handhold us through all of this stuff, so we have to be really proactive about it. And we're pretty proactive about it. They still return our calls, even though I vote overtime. And Scott, Brianna, vote overtime. Okay, we already looked at that. That's what Brianna showed us. And this, so as we talk about the different things that we have to prepare for, it's water availability, it's traffic planning, it's cost of services, it is quality of life, it's parkland, it's child like services. And honestly, I think it's also dealing with some of the affordability. This is me personally, and this would have to go through the public, through you guys, but I think that there are areas where it's appropriate to have a little bit more density. There are not within existing city limits. but on our periphery, to create some more affordable housing that doesn't create blight. And try to get people to mix that in. My ultimate would be to have them mix 40 foot wide with 80 foot wide. So you've got that mix, and it averages out a little bit more. And this is one of the things that we'll talk about during the development agreement discussion, is what does, my biggest question, what does density mean? So does density mean the size of the lot? Does it mean the width of the lot? Does it mean square footage or the width? Does it mean the number of people? Does it mean the number of cars? Does it mean the number of trips? So all of these are different functions of density. If you have one family that has 4 kids in high school, you're gonna have 6 cars and about 40 trips daily as they go to their different functions. If you have people that, so do you want to not allow for big family homes? Nothing over 5 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms?
There's a house in my neighborhood with 9 adults in it.
Goodness.
They're all related, but
well, if you
got 9 adults in that house, and it's a lot of cars. But another thing too about density is it any of those numbers or is it how it looks? Because 12,000 square foot lots is about 3.5 lots an acre. The Heights of Castroville is about 5-ish lots an acre. The apartments behind me are 19 units to an acre, and they have more open space than my neighborhood at 3.5.
Because they're 2 stories.
Well, I know, but I mean, just the point is that like what those numbers are can be arbitrary in terms of how open something actually feels. It might be a line of sight thing, a building spacing thing, more than a hard number of this is how big the lots are, this is how many houses per lot.
So we're talking about these challenges with city council. Because we don't have any other outside opinions, we will continue to dig through these during the joint city council meetings with planning and zoning, because that does open that up to a whole new set of people, a whole new set of eyes, a whole new set of scrutiny. And this is something that I feel is very important that we prioritize in going through this so that we can have these questions. I don't think it's a bad thing to ask the hard questions. I think it's a bad thing to go into something with presuppositions. We look at the company that we hired. So hiring a company that understands how to do city planning is imperative. The fact that we did that, I commend council. That was a great expenditure that has been done by multiple cities, our size, larger, some a little bit smaller, but it is something that people that want to be proactive about their future, that's what they're doing, is they're setting the rules, they're having the engagement with the public to make sure that this is a collective input session to find out what the majority of the people want. So it's an imperative process for us to go through. And the fact that I know that there has been some, what would you call it, assumptions about Simple City. Go back and look at the product. Go back and look at Bandera, look at Taylor, look at the ones that they have actually gone through and done. Look at the codes. Bastrop, the codes that they wrote. I talked to Mayor Gibson, Rebecca Gibson in Bandera, the mayor there, and she came in on the tail end of that. And she said it was the most amazing thing. It was hard to get through because they had a lot of people that were opposing viewpoints, and they had people that wanted one. I mean, it was just it's people coming together trying to find commonality. At the end of it, what happened is that the developer started building the things that people actually wanted, and that was Bandera. That wasn't Anywhere USA. What they were building before was in their codes, and that was they were building San Antonio. And our codes say build San Antonio, and we're saying no, don't build San Antonio. We're trying to do something a little bit different, but through this process, we're defining that. Okay, these are our objectives. I got a bunch of supporting stuff. I think I should do that. So this is the text out presentation. I like the fact that they begin every presentation with help in the street. Remind people to buckle up. 50% of deaths can be
resolved by just 50, or was it 90? Some insane number. Okay, so they went through, they talked about I-35, I-90, Medina County, and then Hamlet Road. So I'm just at a high level. If you want to see any more of this, I'm going to get to the things that are most impactful to us. US 90. So,
Sorry, I saw the section of triangle. I don't know how they're gonna fix and fit that physically.
well, they are only taking it a little bit, basically to the county line. For the next step, the step after that is a lot more challenging for them. I don't remember why they said it was more challenging, but taking all the way to 471 is going to be very difficult.
They've got houses on both
Because
sides.
the housing, the gated community.
I used to live back there. It's not really a 6 lanes of width right of way.
30 years ago it was.
Yeah.
They had lots of open space. They covered it all up.
One day I was dropping Stephanie off, who lives in Green Glen Acres, and we drove in from Waco, and got to Highway 9, I got to 1604 in Petranco, and it took me an hour to get to Green Glen Acres.
That's us. So this is what they have currently funded. Let's see, so phase 1 is 410 to 1604. I'll show you the view of the lane width on that one. That is going to that means they are going to begin the process of construction in the fall, this fall. And then the second phase going from 1604 to 211 is going to be fall of next year. Breakout projects, they are putting a turnaround at US 90 at Montgomery and doing a turnaround at 211. I don't know if you saw with the recent deaths there have been picketers out there saying, we want turnarounds, we want stoplights. They actually already have that in the plan, but it's good that people are making their needs known.
Oh, well, even worse than just that, also picketing, because one guy was so adamant nobody was letting him in for he could turn and go down to 90. He turned around and brandished his gun and started pointing at people to make them let him in. And the only reason I know about that is because one of the members of the airport advisory board witnessed it.
Oh my gosh. So this is what it looks like, 211 to 410. I'm gonna say that again, 211 to 410. What you have is, let's see, proposed 1604 to 410. You have 4 lanes going each way. You have an access road going eastbound that's 2 lanes wide, an access lane going westbound that's 3 lanes wide. That's increasing from, 3 lanes each way with 2 lanes on either side. It's 4 lanes each way, and increasing the westbound to 3 lanes. 211 to 1604. So they are asking for 350 feet, going from 350 feet to 420 feet of right of way. And immediately, they're putting in 3 access road lanes on either side and 3 through lanes on each side. That is from 1604, sorry, to do that, 1604 to 211. The next phase is through Castroville. That's the rehabilitation of the pavement, overlay of the pavement, additional improvements at 471 North and 1343 at the top of the hill. And then feasibility, they're doing the feasibility study now for pedestrian foundations. The estimate is $20 million, and they're looking at starting this, I'm sorry, I thought it was next year, it is fall of 2026. Okay, and then the other thing is the US 90 study. We've talked about this before. Inside of Texas, that is 763 miles. They have it separated out into the west segment, the central segment, and the east segment. Myself, Mayor McAnally, and Judge Lutz are on the central section. And that was the thing that we just went through. I gave you the explanation of what we came out of that one with. And this is just a bunch more. This is where we had identified the projects that are actually going to go on there. And I'll send you this if you want to see more detail. Currently not funded is 211. You see it
going all the way to 471 South. Potential improvements expand from 4-lane divided to expressway width. With overpasses at existing planned thoroughfares. Let's say that again. Expressway from 471 South to 211. If we do nothing, that's what they're gonna do. And I don't think it's a terrible thing that they do it if we do that. That's why it's so important imperative that we work with the county on creating those. I mean, right now, getting the northern route through, so we can connect some of that expansion that's happening. I'm terrified when I look at all of the property that is between here and Petranco, really between here and Quee, going up 471. That stuff starts building up, and nothing we do is gonna help that if we don't have additional collectors. Okay, so. And then they talked about us joining the APO, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. It gives us access to a tremendous amount of additional funding resources. If you look at the current boundaries, on the west side, that's the blue boundary, they are looking at expanding Medina County basically from almost up to Bandera, all the way down, the top of the portion of the county there, all the way down around all of the major cities, and then tie back in over Pine Pass, something like that. So that's all getting pulled in. So all of the cities inside of Medina County, I think it's a mile outside of each one of the cities, are going to have access to that. Notice we're the ones that are just right smack. Okay. And then they've got a bunch of, they've got our old thoroughfare plan, they've got what new roadways are going to be needed. They talked through a bunch of that and one road. If you want to see any of that stuff, let's talk about all of the new developments that are here. Out toward 211, all of these things, they had a legend with this. Those are all of the subdivision or developments that are happening. Okay, so I will send that to you and make that available to you. We had talked about also wanting to talk about PIDs, turns.
I can do that during the planning zoning liaison report.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else? I tried to take. I know that Kirk puts it in here. I think that we should revisit this one. It's probably best to revisit this during the planning and zoning workshop. But I wanted to put out all of the challenges just so that we're all on the same page. That this is what we're actually dealing with. Again, this is not an excuse to come to a presupposed conclusion because I don't know what it is. I am not a city planner. That is not my forte. That's why we started going through the education process, because we needed somebody that knew the implications of that. And Simple City, honestly, out of all of the ones that we looked at, they were the ones that were most adequately prepared to deal with small town Texas, that would look at the nuances of Castroville, and they are truly asking the questions of what does Castroville want? And we just needed to get people to take that same passion that they've got about protecting Castroville and use it constructively and make sure that they show up for that, not fighting it, but shaping it and molding it and making sure that we're holding them accountable to, like what Houston said about making sure that we have what is coming out of there is truly what people are wanting. It is helping them do better, and that is what they're trying to accomplish. Okay. Anyways, great. All right, thanks for that long. I thought it was a good discussion to have. I'm really kind of bummed that folks didn't just take that up, but I hope that they listen to it online. I think it's good information to know. We have so much that we're dealing with here.
I know this meeting's gone long, but we have a quick recess.
Yes, we're going to take a recess at 9:30. So we'll get this all reset.
Mayor, I'd like to come back and recess. If you mind moving items 18 and 19 up.
Sure. You want to hang out? You want to go home? You like to sleep?
Hey, they didn't ask. I'm sure they would.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to grab some lunch.
and not one of the color tainting.
That's okay. I'll let go of your free. Let's go eat.
He's
I'll let go of your lunch.
These nuts and punch in my lunch again.
Peanuts.
Me now.
Let go.
Went the wrong way. Did you get one?
Oh, did you get the poppy poster?
No, it's on
Sorry about that, I wasn't being rude.
I think it's the 4th of July. I've got one on my desk and it's already for the, is it 4th of July? Or whatever's coming up, Memorial Day? It's coming up. 4th? Okay.
Well, that's a 4th of July poster?
Yes,
Yeah, it's third one.
Nice, cool.
they're very nice. The other time I'm going to be in Louisiana at a, reunion.
Alright.
No. It'd be nice to see everybody, but it'll be huge and sticky and, hot as Hades. Yeah. It's been 2 years, so yeah.
I said we do family reunions, many do them in Washington State during the summer, and Texas during the winter.
Now my mother-in-law said, why do you come on 4th of July? I mean, of all things, a lot of people have stuff to do. Of course, kids are out of school. Well, there's not a lot of kids anymore, but okay, there's some. But when we started this long years ago, my mother-in-law side of the family was better, so. We just appear periodically. Just see everybody. It's
Well,
like
we
all
have St.
these-
Louis Day and not those days here.
It's like everything else, it gets smaller and smaller with all the people that put it together are passing it on.
You know, my high school president,
I think I
Susan
usually
Council president, has owned that job
There was one time.
this entire time.
Exactly like eight.
More.
Since 1987.
Mental station.
She has
was
organized
until 11:30.
Facebook groups. She has organized all of the class reunions. She's kept everybody in touch. Like, she's owned that. It's really great.
And it's like, what's gonna happen? When she's finally says, okay, I'm done now.
I don't think it's place anymore.
Thank you.
That's appreciate it.
Bring it out. Boxes, right?
Yes, sir. All right.
This one's,
So my snack pack.
Thank you.
In the night.
Yeah.
The other night.
All right, I'm gonna bring us back to order while Dave's still getting stuff. Kind of worry about it at 9:39. Okay, and the items you want to bring up, Scott, which ones? Which ones?
These 19 and 20, or 18 and 19. Can I grab John quick? You mind on the record?
Well, since Jonah's still here, let's do 19.
Yeah, you can do whatever order you want. I was trying to be easier and better, but we can do John first.
All right, Jonah, you're up. All right. Next item is discussion and appropriate action on awarding the Lions project at Lions Park multi-purpose field to Integrity LED in an amount not to exceed $35,250. Yeah.
You lost your place.
That good?
Good. Need the dongle?
in the back. You're not ready to go.
Okay, so Scott had actually brought this up a couple of councils ago about adding some lights at the multi-purpose field there at Lions Park. The minutes I have here for, in case we need to go verbatim, but basically it was that we proposed 2 lights, 2 poles, 3 light fixtures each. Well, this proposal is diagonally across the field, and we got 5 quotes. We went with Integrity, Musco, 4 quotes: Integrity, Musco, Voss Lighting, and Techline. And then here they are. So a motion was made by Councilman Carey and duly seconded by Councilmember Martinez to amend the motion to include receiving feedback from the surrounding property owners with final design approval by the City Council. A vote was taken. So that's what it is. The next step for this item is to go to the property owners just to make sure that everybody is okay with putting lights. And I'm sorry?
Left door hangers, right?
We have not yet. So that's the next step. The integrity gentleman and all of the other contractors all said that it can be shielded. The light can be shielded, so that way the amount of light that gets into the backyard is very minimal to none. So that I think that's going to be a lot better than what's out there right now. There's no shielding on any of the lights that they have. The light's just going everywhere, which makes sense with something that they're renting daily. You know, they have a daily rate. They're floodlights, so the shielding will help out tremendously. So the request is to go ahead and move forward with the proposal from Integrity Lighting. Again, I'll pull theirs up. It's 2 poles, 3 fixtures each, 850. Let's see here. 850 watts, and it's $35,220. And then this is the out the door turnkey with the Wi-Fi or the remote system that we can remote in, turn the lights on when needed, and then also schedule. Very similar to what we have with the Musco Lighting at Regional Park. I believe there's about a 4 to 6 week lead time on this, just because they have to order material, get everything mobilized, and then they can get this going. The gentleman from Integrity also mentioned that because it would be a unique situation. He told us that if we're not happy with the system, he is willing to work with us on how to make that system as.
If it doesn't meet our needs,
yes, there you go. Yeah, correct.
We did talk to Clay Benford. He's supplying the lights presently, and he's got a little bit of experience traveling, seeing the different fields. We asked about the different setups, whether we put lights along the back of the field or diagonally, etc. And he was kind of in agreement with this proposal, which has them diagonally. He said they actually tried several different setups before they landed on what they have as far as lighting. And he thinks that diagonal approach might actually provide better coverage than having the 2 lights immediately behind the houses.
So this is a diagram that Techline supplied us, and you can tell here, right at the base of the pole, you get 36 candle lumens, whereas over here on the south, in relation to the south, you get it dies down to 16.6 in the furthest most corner. So the proposal is to go diagonally across because it is a smaller field. It's not as big as Regional Park, so we don't need to put lights as tall as the Musco lights there at Regional Park. The proposal is to go diagonally across the field, 3 fixtures. If we do 4, we can definitely do 4, but the gentleman said that with 4, you're probably putting a lot more light than is needed on there. So it's 2 poles with 3 fixtures each. So we would have 1 fixture here or 1 pole here with 3 fixtures, and then 1 pole here with 3 fixtures. Oh, here. Oh.
I get it. Well, yes, two poles.
So 1 pole here, 3 fixtures, and then 1 pole.
Okay, so on opposite.
Yeah, on opposite corners diagonally across.
Okay, wait, I'm confused now.
So Techline, they recommended doing 2 poles on the one side, the north side of the field. Integrity recommended doing a diagonal approach.
Okay, and why?
That was just their recommendation. I mean, what we had for lighting, the lighting schematic that we had put out for the contractors, we recommended the north side of this field. Some said that yeah, it can be done, but again, we're losing lumens, candle lumens from directly underneath the pole to this furthest point of the field.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, talking to Clayton for his experience is that anecdotally, using the system that they did, that putting it on opposite sides like that is way better than trying to put it on the same side. So,
Yeah, get the coverage better.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what this doesn't show is how does it bleed outside of that square?
Correct.
And that's something we may have to adjust over time.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they are shielded. They are going to be focused on the field.
But they should be able to show what impact it is outside of that.
I can definitely ask. Integrity was not able to supply us with this type of diagram. I don't know if they don't have the software, but I can definitely ask.
Okay. And how much cheaper were they than Techline?
A lot.
Almost. Techline was I think $109,000. Techline was 100. I'm sorry. I'll read off of here.
Who did the one at Regional Park?
Musco.
Okay. And how?
They were 83,000. So we have 32.
Difference. And that's something that honestly scares me. When you have 3 times difference.
I know that we verified. I was concerned about that too.
Mm-hmm. So what's the difference?
Yeah, so we have Integrity at 35,000.
I think one smaller and bigger would more good for business.
Voss.
Larger outfits.
Voss came in at 70, just shy of 79,000. Musco was 83, and then Techline was 109,000. So then this is not the exact. Well, I'll bring up the exact one. This is the one that Integrity, and then you can see the shielding there on top, and then it would be 3 of these on each pole.
And those are LEDs, so they actually are focused.
Correct.
Light, so there's shouldn't be a lot of bleed outside of the intended area.
Correct. Yeah, and that was the thought behind having 3 fixtures. Originally, we were going to do 2, but his recommendation is go ahead and do 3, just that way you have that lighting of all the field.
Are they using different light manufacturers?
Probably, yes.
They're using the same specs, though.
Yeah. So this is that 850 watt model that he recommends. 3 of these.
My only point is when you have 3 times difference, that's typically not somebody that's just hungry. There's a substantial difference in the actual functionality of the stuff. How much do they break that down by installation and material cost?
For Techline?
For a
Yeah, so for
Yeah.
For
I think one of them was really. I think he just was very intentional about his quote. The others are much larger outfits, and they use thick pencils.
Yeah, I think that too, but you know, that's an assumption without verification.
Interesting. I mean, it's one.
I know.
Yeah.
I like the details.
Well, I want to try them out and see how they do. Worst case scenario, we'll have them here fixing it, right? But
Do we have that in writing guaranteed with?
As much as you can, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta see the first one to get what you want anyway, if it really goes south. But for 35 grand, we're only paying half of it.
Well, I mean, I can see where Integrity is local, it's in San Antonio, so they don't have to do as much mobilization. You've got Keystone that's headquartered out of Philadelphia, And,
Philadelphia?
yeah, when you go from Florida to the Caribbean to Philly, it's Philadelphia. So they're gonna have to do mobilization, so that increases their fee. And I don't see where the other one's from, Boss.
Lincoln has a local.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's.
We have, they all have local offices.
I know this contractor, does work from, where the name of the lowest bid is, they do federal work. He does a lot of federal contracts for like military facilities. So he does this type of lighting, he does it at the end, like, the gambit.
Yeah.
Where else has he done sports lighting?
I'm sorry?
Where else has he done sports
He
lighting?
did some that I think he said he did some in California. He did stuff that was out of state. I can double check and get those exact states that he was referring to.
I mean, that's pretty inexpensive. It makes me nervous. Without verifying these things, what are the differences in, and I know it takes extra work to do it, but I mean, you're talking about a few hours worth of work to verify. My preference would be to go with the cheapest one, absolutely. But I think we need to verify what are the trade-offs and, find somebody to
We
help.
spec, but I mean, we spec the lights, we spec the pole height, we spec the poles.
Yeah.
So he's meeting all three of those specs.
I know, we gave him the specs on the phone system too, so.
Mayor, what other specs do I need to go get to compare? I've compared the three, we call those references.
Okay.
What else do I put? I get it.
This is
I have the same concern. I'm like, it's cheap. Why are you so cheap?
Exactly.
You're really, really
Let's
cheap.
just identify why it's cheap.
But you also have to be careful when you have this conversation. It's like, because I want to, I'll go on a bid if you feel better, sir. No, I like your price.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out is your price
go
good?
What are the reviews that they've received?
Well, like,
I have not reviewed any reviews on them.
Yeah, see what the reviews are, the differences.
Actually, what you do is you go back to the other higher bidders and just say, listen, you're multiple times the price. What's the difference? Ask them. And you got a pretty good estimator review.
Yeah.
You can tell when they're when it's actual, but find out what they're saying about the other companies. And I mean, if there's a 50% difference, sometimes it's 100, but a 300% difference, let's just find out what it is, and maybe it's worth the trade. 300% difference.
Oh yeah, to 109. Yeah, I guess.
That's 300%. That's a huge difference. So go to the more expensive ones and just say, what am I losing with this bid that is substantially less than yours? And let them tell you, and just see. Maybe you'll find something, and make it a trade-off.
Maybe they'll go, oh, well, you can fix that.
Well, that
Yeah.
that would not fly me.
But if you go back to you don't give them a chance to go back and get a second look at it. Just say, what is the trade-off? I need to make an informed decision. What am I losing with these lights right here?
Yeah.
Is
No,
there
definitely. Yeah,
functionality difference?
I can go back.
We checked on that too, because I wanted to make sure they were both operational, and that, like, can we dim, et cetera, like.
Does it hurt to ask them?
No, I'm just telling you, you asked, do we lose functionality? No, we don't. I'm saying we asked that question. We spec that as part of this quote, and the functionality is still there. I really don't know what the difference is. I think you can go back to the groups if it's a more hard, I don't know. We probably need to get we checked to see, well, what other projects we've done, but we need to get a quality report,
Yeah.
how satisfied were you with the outcome of the project?
Did I see a 15-day deadline on this estimate? Or was it
You
one
did,
of the
but
others?
they've honored.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, just the comparison between Boss's fixture here and Integrity, this one is a 750 watt. Integrity's was an 850. This one has a 5-year warranty. I believe Integrity's had a 10-year warranty. So I can definitely just double check, dot our I's and cross our T's on the differences between the two.
I think go to the two more expensive ones because they're worth so much more, and just ask them what you're missing.
Yeah.
See if they're giving you the same responses on it. And sometimes we went through this global bid for cable tray, the stuff you put cables, and if I believed each one of them, then ultimately our cost would be free because everybody was 10% lower installation cost than the next one.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I'm like, we just need 10 more people and we'll get it for free. So sometimes you can call it, you can use the meter on that.
Yeah.
I think it would be worth looking at.
Can we get a conditional approval, or what are we looking at?
I got no problem with that, but I want to make sure that we're actually looking at this. And this is the same thing with everything, when we're looking at these new systems. Once we've used it and approved it and it's good to go, we set it in and this is the spec that we use, I'm good with that, but first.
I was gonna do that with Musco. That was the plan. I wanted to go with Musco. We got the original bid, but they were like 90 grand, right? For 2 poles with 2
lights.
Lights on each one. So this is 6 lights versus 4. Anyway, they just.
Well, if you've already got a relationship with them, what's the argument asking?
What, Musco?
Yeah.
Ask me one.
What is the difference? What am I losing with this system? You don't have to talk about the company, talk about the product.
Okay.
What am I losing with this product? Because the company, they're just installing some lights.
Again, I just think you can do that by comparing specs.
Yep, you can.
No. You take by just comparing
Taking
specs.
the extra effort with this is.
No, I'm asking, can you compare the specs and get the same answer? No. What are they gonna tell me?
It depends on how the specs are written. I've seen specs that are written so that they actually make a difference, but I've also seen specs that are written that you're actually getting 2 completely different products.
Yeah.
Because the specs weren't written carefully enough. If it's a performance spec, that's even worse.
I'm actually got a point to the specs they provided, not the one who wrote necessarily, but like what their stuff provided. But all right, we'll do more due diligence.
Are we okay with, I'm okay with doing, I mean, I know that you guys, as long as you go through that and find out what they are, I'd love to hear what they say. I think it would be beneficial, but I mean, we need it. And if we can get it done for a whole lot less, I think it makes sense. Just want you to go through that due diligence of knowing, like, you should ask this yourself. Why is this?
Yeah.
It's just having that level of curiosity, because you won't always approve something, but sometimes you will. And it's better to be right than right now.
Mm-hmm.
Are we okay with doing conditional approval?
What's the condition?
Verify, while checking together 2 vendors to verify the quality of this lighting, and if we can't, if there's a major trade-off, then we'll bring it back to council and we'll take a look at it. It's a discussion. It's us, it's you looking out for us, looking out for everyone.
Well, if it's gonna bring it back, then.
Let me ask you this question real quick. What's the difference between a Kia and a GMC?
Japan, well, sometimes.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
No, a Kia has a 10-year warranty. Yeah, they're gonna tell you they've got a 100,000-mile warranty or whatever it is, 200,000. They're way better than GMC in regards to what, and then their price is way lower. I just think we're looking at one of those types of situations where.
Let's verify that. If that's the case, absolutely, I got no issues with that. The difference between 2 different refrigerator brands that we were looking at that I won't mention in public forum.
Sure.
One is fancier, the other one's not as fancy. They function exactly the same. You pay twice as much for them. So I get the fact that there are some things that have bells and whistles that you don't need, but for the functionality that we need, what are we losing? If there's nothing we're losing, I think the conditional approval is if you can confirm that after talking to the other 2 companies, that we're not losing anything that we truly, truly need, that we give you approval to go and do this. If you do find something, bring it back to us and say, all right, so here's the trade-off. Are you okay with this? Or do we need to look at spending more money? I like spending less money than more money. But
I
that's
agree.
just verifying.
And then whenever you say the 2 higher bid companies, you have Voss who provided 2 bids. The only difference, one was lower than the other because of the height of the pole. Do you want me to go based off of that being the second highest, or do you want me to go based off of Musco with their 83,000, or does it matter on which?
What are the heights of the 3 different poles?
I think one was 40 foot and the other one was 50 foot.
And for Voss and for
Voss had the 2, 40 and 50, and then Musco was 40, and then I don't remember what Tech Line was, but Integrity I believe was 40 feet as well.
Okay.
I think 40 foot is
Yeah.
Yeah, but I really think that you go to them and you just say, this is the product that we're looking at, and it is significantly less than you. What am I losing by buying this product?
And I like to also hear the feedback from the citizens when you come back,
Absolutely.
because they may say, no, I don't want to put a 50-foot pole if we can do the 40 foot.
Yeah, because Tech Line, they want 70 foot. So, 70 foot is high. And that's probably where a lot of the cost is coming from, being that it's a metal 70-foot pole. So, but
Is there like a $30,000 difference?
Be surprised
I would, yeah.
in today's economy.
And you're almost doubling the height.
To build a rigid pole, yeah.
Yeah, to handle all the storms
That's
and
gonna be
everything.
3 times as much metal.
Plus the depth.
of the concrete, the footer.
Yeah, those big high voltage lines, their footings go down like 50 feet. It is nuts.
Yeah. So I'll go back. I'll do a little bit more research on the differences between the different companies and what we might lose, if anything, or it's just a good deal.
Okay. So no conditional approval?
I'm okay if you want to. If you don't want to, then
Let's just hear what you got to say.
Yeah, let's get the more info.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Are we not taking a vote at all?
we're done.
No.
No motion.
If you'll bring back the information, we'll put it on the next agenda.
Absolutely.
Thanks for waiting so long.
No, not a problem.
We're moving up closer on that.
See you at the store tomorrow.
We'll see you.
All right.
Oh, boy. Back to 16.
We're actually going to 18, discussion on city's natural gas system analysis and capacity study. That we have John.
John.
Hey, John.
Hopefully it'll be so that hard. Well, as you know, 5 hours ago, we talked about the gas system and the voting of the gas system. But,
Oh my gosh.
this is for us to understand the system, knowing that with us here, our own personnel really didn't have a lot of knowledge on the system, gas system. And CPS did most of that for us. So we're going to use this study, I guess, to analyze it, to learn the capacity and help us with the future demands or needs. And you talked about a lot of growth in our city, so this will help us with that. And I think we've kind of lost some of the potential growth when we were approached with even Alsatian Oaks. When I first started talking to them about it, they approached us and asked us, "Well, do we have a gas capacity to tie onto the system?" And we asked CPS at the same time. They weren't sure themselves. They said, "Well, we don't know. We don't have a full GIS model of what you have in the city, and this is going to help us to determine, model it, map it."
Do you remember what they quoted us?
So good.
Do you remember what they quoted us to do the capacity?
500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So CPS, when we got approached to find out could we serve Alsatian Oaks, they said, "Yeah, we can tell you whether you can serve them if you give us $500,000.
Yeah. Yeah. So
If we spent the $500,000, we could know we could serve them. All we have to do is.
yeah.
So
There's.
Flat Creek has also approached us for
That's right.
gas service. They've been antsy to get an answer to that. We've kind of stalled a little bit and been very communicative with them about why we're stalling. Look, we're having a gas election. We don't know if we're on this system going forward. We don't want to spend money to do a capacity analysis on the system we're not going to own. And now that we have the outcome of the election, we can move forward, I think, confidently and get that capacity analysis. To John's point, this will help address not just Flat Creek, but any other future growth that may require gas. So we went out, we had, it wasn't just as simple as going to get a proposal. There was a lot of information that John and his team provided the consultant, the potential consultant, to provide this, just to get the proposal. And we've had this proposal probably not more than 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It's been right about 2 weeks.
Yeah, right.
We haven't had to sit on it very long.
What about the election time?
But now that the election is over, we're kind of running out of excuses to tell Black Creek we need to move forward.
Yeah.
So our goal would be to get your people to get this proposal inked, and then it's not like they're going to turn around and give it to us immediately. They're going to have to do quite a bit. I mean, that's what the money's paying for. They do quite a bit of on the ground work to be able to figure out, well, what is your capacity, and then they'll deliver a report to us, which we'll deliver to you all. That'll help us better.
Who's going to do this study?
They're yes, EUSI. It's the name of the professional. Yeah.
Not for $500,000.
No. 37,500. Yeah, it's on the impact of funding source.
Sorry, my computer went to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't actually have that in the packet.
Oh, we don't?
Oh, this is the item that we sent you, right? Yeah, no, I know. I had it as two separate items, actually. No, I had it as two separate items.
Okay. So what do we?
You're not even listed for action, John.
Oh. Well, good talk.
Says discussion on city's natural gas system analysis and capacity study. It doesn't say action on capacity study.
Oh, booty.
So I can't ask y'all.
Oh, you're right.
$37,000 to drop it.
So come back for the next meeting.
What's your spending limit?
What's that?
What's your spending
30.
limit? All right, here. Oh, okay.
All right, 30.
I always try to stay at 25.
Okay.
I don't actually, my contract, I think it may say 50, but I've never spent that without y'all.
So then we can.
Yeah, I guess not.
Okay.
That's why I was confused Monday when you sent me this.
Okay, so we'll do this then on, in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Sorry, John.
All right, thank
Oh,
you.
thanks for hanging out with us.
I'll cover the items with that.
Okay, put it first next time.
Yeah, we can put you first on the agenda. You can sign
No,
them
no,
down.
no, we'll put it first, but I'll do that. All
All
right.
right, before we go.
Where are we? Let's see. Well, you went here.
Mayor's report and board liaison reports.
Okay, I'm gonna be quick on mayor's report. I did not do a presentation on this because I knew we were gonna be long. The Alsatian visit and twinning ceremony, 20th anniversary ceremony. I brought the things that kind of some of the special things. If you didn't see, we had done this really nice gift for them. They did all kinds of gift for us. They gave us stuff for the Steinbach House, for City Hall. They just were just really amazing hosts with that.
Calligraphy on development, all that stuff.
Gosh, so gorgeous. So they did, it was a really great time. They felt very honored. We felt very honored. It was a great exchange. Thank you for all your support and work with all that. And so it was, I don't think it could have gone any better. I think it was good public engagement. I think it was, we had a couple of little snafus that we'll just look at for opportunities for improvement for future events. But I think overall, it was really well done. So nicely done. And they believe that as well. Okay, so the introduction to the Mayor's Corner, what it is and how to engage. So I've got this on, it is in the utility bill on the very front page, at the very bottom, and this was actually something that, I don't remember, I was talking to somebody a couple of months ago. I'm like, I really want to, I put it out on social media. I'm like, I'm talking about things and we're discussing things in city council meetings that I believe are important to you, but what are we missing? What do you want to know about? What's really important for you? Because we talk about all these things, but what do people really want to hear? What are their biggest concerns that we can address? And so this was a way to reach out and say, send me your feedback. It actually will go through our intern. I'll get a copy of it and she'll get a copy of it. And it goes into kind of a sitting database. And I'll review all of the questions with city council during city council meetings as we go through this to tell you how many responses, and they've got visualizations to see what are the most common responses. So we'll look at that, and it is an effort to open up communication, the things that people want to most hear about, and give them an opportunity to have a say in their own future. So I hope that people leverage it for what it is. I hope people will submit. I put optional fields for their name, their contact info. If they want to be contacted, I will follow with everybody that says that they want to be contacted. And I'll put out reports to city council just so that you're aware of it and have the opportunity to as well.
So you're open to anonymous responses?
What's that?
There can be anonymous responses?
They absolutely, I want to give them freedom to have anonymous responses. That's why I did not make them required fields. If they want feedback, if they want direct conversation about it, they just need to leave their name and contact information. I put a bunch of optional fields, but if they wanted to submit it anonymous, it would go into the bucket with everything else.
Yeah.
So please encourage people to do that. And you, council, will be a part of that discussion as we go through it. We'll talk about what are the most requested items, and we can talk about how do we communicate that best. Okay, all right. The city council planning and zoning special call work session, I touched on this a little bit. There was disappointment because Simple City didn't put on the questions, the concerns that planning and zoning had, but I felt like they were doing it to give us kind of a blank slate. And we went through every single detailed item. So I think that it's okay for them not to put that on there because it gives you the chance to just double click on every single one. And we gave everybody a chance to comment on those. And I like the level of detail that we're going through. It's gonna take probably 2 more sessions to do it, but it's having these open and honest conversations. And honestly, part of it is allowing ourselves to be challenged by people that say, all right, BS, I don't believe that's true. And we can either, we'll either confirm it or we'll research it. Or, it is the things that we know to be legally true, we know to be legally true. And we can back that up with legal opinions. The things that we don't, I think there's always a possibility we're gonna miss something. So I wanna have people have that opportunity to just challenge our assumptions and make sure that what we're doing, kind of like with Jonah, make sure that we understand exactly why we're doing what we're doing and not make any assumptions on any of that. It's attention to detail that people want, need, and deserve. So I'm looking forward to that, and I hope that I felt like the other one went a little bit smoothly, and I don't need to curse it, but I hope that we can continue to have that open dialogue, that open and honest dialogue where we have the freedom to disagree, we have the freedom to challenge, and where we have the freedom to really say what is most important to each and every one of us. The Medina County Emergency Radio Grant. This is something that was granted through Tony Gonzalez and his office. It's a great thing. I know that Judge Luce has been really working on this countywide system for a long time. For emergency management, we have all been on different systems. So with this grant, it puts the PD, the fire, EMS, police, county sheriff, deputies, puts all of the emergency services on one system. They're dual channel, so we can actually talk to Bexar County and San Antonio as well. So a lot of times they haven't been able to do that communication. Even when we go there, we're chasing somebody. If you remember when they went through and did that big rash of robberies over at Country Village and River Bluff, they didn't have the ability to talk to them on the radio when they're already in town. So
chasing them into San Antonio.
It's a huge benefit. I'm glad that the county's, I'm glad that Judge Luce has been pushing on it. I'm thankful that Tony felt it was important enough to grant.
The former emergency services director there, so I think he knows what he's doing.
I believe he does, yeah. The update on the fiber optics to city buildings, we are complete on that, correct?
No.
Okay. We are working through that. City Hall,
We've got a lot of improvements. I wanted this on the agenda just to recognize Rise Broadband. I've been working through Spectrum to get better internet coverage and to look at fiber. And because of the issues we've suffered here at City Hall, we felt like we needed to have probably something more than 30 megabits upload for our VPN and some other issues that are affecting our day-to-day jobs. So I've gone out with Spectrum that came out there. To their credit, they have helped all along the way, but they're just so damn expensive. And looking at building just the floorworks of City Hall is going to be like $45,000 plus whatever the monthly cost is to service those, which would be in the $1,200 to $1,500 range. Rise Broadband, the mayor and I met with their CEO and other representatives of the company. I explained the issues that we're having. The next day, they called me and said, we're going to work on this. The following day, they were planning to work for the next day. So like from a Monday to Wednesday that week, they were out here installing fiber to the city's facilities at no cost to the city. They're gonna give us 5 locations at no cost. So, well, those 5 locations will be City Hall, the PD, Public Works, the library, and then eventually the community center. I'm gonna hold that one reserved until the community service center is built, and then we'll move that service there. So I can't say enough about their help in getting this quickly. It's been amazing. Separate from that, it's taken longer to get our IT group to then do the changeovers, because it's not a matter of just bringing the bandwidth. You've got to set up IPs, IP addresses, and make changes on the back end. But all that's happening now, so it's not quite done there, but we're working through that. The library is going to get there either tomorrow or Thursday. They're going to have to do some physical boring and moving of handholds and stuff like that. And so I think
I saw them actually out there doing that today.
yeah, so either Wednesday or Thursday, either tomorrow or Thursday, they will have, they should have fiber there at that building. So, yeah, I'm very, very grateful for Rise and for the partnership.
Great, cool. Thank you for acknowledging. I think it's really beneficial if you look at it. How much does that save the citizens in us being able to provide better technology?
We were fussing about a 300% increase. This is an infinite price difference.
Yeah.
Everybody that has it in my neighborhood loves it.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
We're gonna be getting it ourselves too, so.
$50 a month.
Yep.
250 megabytes.
Yep.
It's great.
Mm-hmm. Bye bye AT&T.
Yeah, we had ours installed on Tuesday,
Uh-huh.
and they didn't fix the sprinkler system that they broke
Mhm.
because they were over. He's like, well, I'm hooking up City Hall, so you want me to fix your sprinkler system? Or you want me to fix City Hall? I'm like, City Hall, do City Hall. They have been really great partners, and after they helped us locate a bunch of utilities too.
Mm-hmm.
I have that too.
So next is council boards and liaison reports. We will start with Airport Advisory Board, no meeting May 6th.
All right, so for the May 6th meeting, we already covered the part about the runway length and zoning and all that, so I don't have to recap that. They did have their FAA inspection. Brianna said it went really well. They'll get a report in about 2 to 3 months. Let's see here. The maintenance hangar thing is still being looked at with different options. And they have a meeting with the FAA rep regarding the maintenance hangar coming up. So that's still seeing what they can and cannot do. The plane crash. Everybody gave kudos to everyone that responded. They said Pete was on the ball. He quickly did the phone calls and everything. And thanks to that rapid response, the pilot got out within 5 minutes after the crash. Second-degree burns on his hands, and he was wearing shorts, so from his knees down to his ankles, third-degree burns. But he quickly got out. The only reason why his hands got burnt is when he was trying to get out. And it turned out to be a mechanical failure of the rear tire, of the rear wheel. When he touched down, the spindle that connects to it, it snapped.
Oh.
And it caused and then when the wing planted, it caused it to roll, and the arm of the wing went into the gas tank and punctured it.
Oh.
And the fuel that fell on the hot muffler, and that's where the ignition started. But I mean, the fast and prompt responses from everybody out of the airport, the PD, the fire department, the ambulances and everything saved lives. I mean, and so he is at it. He's going to be at BAMC for a while in their burn unit, but good prognosis because it didn't give his airway or anything like that. Sorry. But kudos to all of our people that responded to that. Did a fantastic job. And then for the repair or upgrade of the AWAS system, it has been approved by TxDOT for the 9010 grant, so they're going to be getting that working. Let's see here. We've started advertising for a part-time airport manager position. So hopefully we'll get some people interested. That's all for the zoning. Then we have our current chairman, Mr. Ewald, will not be seeking continuation when his term is up. They are looking for people to put in their applications to join the board. So,
The board memberships come up at the end of June.
so but he
Well, luckily, we had some really good applicants last time too.
Yeah, we had to turn away 3 of them.
Yeah. But otherwise, that was it.
All right, great, thank you. Then we have, let's see, I'm gonna run through Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Councilman Marsh.
I also have notes from the library board because Dyer pulled a fast one on me and switched between the library board and the Parks and Rec board, so I covered both of those.
Good for you.
Let's see first.
Huh?
We're doing the library first.
I would love to do that because that's the order it's in my notes.
Let's do the Library Advisory Board.
So on the 11th of April, the library board met with 3 members present. The summer camps for the library are getting ready. There's going to be a cooking class jumped out at me. I believe that's going to be held at the Braden Keller Center.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And there's lots of summer camps that all fill up quickly. They're also going to once again be hosting, I think it's Meals on Wheels or the San Antonio Food Bank. So they'll be providing meals to between 25 and 100 people a day. They talked about meeting procedures. They approved some guidelines for how they're going to recommend people to us, and looked at their bylaws about the requirements on student members, but it turns out that their bylaws didn't have the restrictions they thought, so they didn't need to change anything.
Nice.
And then the last thing is there was a grant through it was Walmart that the Friends of the Library was working on. And the person in the Friends of the Library who was working on that kind of fell off the radar for a few weeks. And Walmart was actually extremely helpful reaching out to the library, making sure that the application got in on time. So, good guy, Walmart.
Nice.
And that was it. I don't think the library board actually met. I know that's this past week, I believe. It was a library board meeting as well.
Correct.
Okay. So then the Parks and Recreation Board on the 17th. This is Miss Basinger presented her Eagle Scout project to the Parks and Recreation Board. They asked a lot of good questions that were reflected in the presentation we saw today. They delayed electing a vice chair because they're hoping someone's going to get promoted from alternate.
I'll add you back in your consent agenda.
Yeah.
Consider it.
Yeah. And then irrigation, they are recommending to council that we hire a consultant to look over the system and recommend fix. And then Jonah presented on the swimming pool updates and
Which part of the irrigation system?
roughly all of it. I think all of it has trouble. Is my understanding from one of the irrigation system at the park kind of all has trouble.
Clogs and
There are a few sections that are not too bad, but most of it has problems.
And then Jenna presented on how well the Easter egg hunt went. We're going to be painting pickleball courts on some of the existing courts at the regional park as a sort of trial run. And then they're going to be having a survey on the Parks master plan coming out sometime soon. And then I was not able to make the April 29th special call meeting, which I think was in relation to that survey and the master plan.
Great, thank you. And then planning and zoning commission, that would be May 7th and 8th.
The 7th was the joint meeting, and the only comments I got were about the feeling that the Simple Cities was leading that, and the members of the public felt like they didn't have a chance to get involved in the discussion. But that was the structure of the meeting.
Right.
So there's not much we can do about that. On the 8th, they addressed both the PUD applications, one on east of Alsatian Oaks and the one on 471. Both of them passed 3-2. Same 3, same 2 on all votes. There was some consternation about the fact that, like in item 8, where they had addressed the 254 acres, and the item says that the existing current zoning is RA, but when you get down to the action item, it says the current zoning is planned unit development. Even though they voted to recommend approval of the PUD, they felt like that was inaccurate. And I think that's why at least one of the members voted no on it. Same thing happened on both the application for approval of the planned unit development and I forget what the specific difference between these two items. One was public hearing and the other was discussion to take appropriate action. So that happened. That was the same process on the Heights of Alsace 35-acre tract, and the same complaint was registered. There was some other mumbling about the fact that they felt like this was a rubber stamp, that they felt like everything was already planned, everything was already decided. I don't think there was a contractual relationship because there was a development agreement already in place. They felt like the P&Z really didn't have any say, they didn't have any feedback.
Was that feedback from all of them or from?
A couple of them.
Not from a majority, but from a couple of them?
From the two that voted no.
Fair enough.
And then, so I wanted to, I wrote down option equals opportunity. Trying to remember what that was about, but I wanted to reiterate that the process that we have in our ordinance requires that the applicant show up with a plan. So yes, there was already a plan in place, and that's part of the process. So there's no way around that. So I really wanted to say again that we make this option available. That's what it is, and the developers have been given the opportunity to take advantage of it, and we can't hold that against them. There's a lot of mumbling and groaning about the size of the lots. And at 8,000 square feet, they're twice the minimum that's required. So I think that leads me to my last item, which is what we said earlier about having, if it's not a town hall meeting, that's all right. You're good. If it's not a town hall meeting, we need to have some method of informing our citizens that this process has been on the books for 22 years. And it's a viable process, and it hasn't been used much in the last 22 years, but it's there, and it's legal, and it's present, and as long as it's there, it's gonna get used again. And we either need to modify it, or embrace it, or fix it. I don't know. But if it's gonna cause strife among the citizens, then we need to either inform the citizens or adjust the ordinance. And we're in the process of adjusting the ordinance, so this is something that maybe we could bounce off of the Simple Cities group.
Well, I think that part of what we do is make sure that that is, well, I think planning and zoning is already very aware of that, I think you brought that up. And I think that we just make sure that they hold.
And to Brianna's credit, she did state all of the facts that are in this ordinance to the commission and to members of the public who are in the room. But a number of people were very stuck on the fact that there weren't 12,000 square foot lots required. That was one of the biggest complaints that we heard.
I can put a lot of things on a 12,000 square foot lot. You gotta, yeah, I mean, I get it, because you don't want to have the impact, but I think that's what we end up talking through. Hopefully, people will come back and listen to this and look at some of our challenges, and I think it would be helpful to have that open conversation. If we can actually get people to engage, I would encourage you, the people that are pushing back on those, if you have contact with them, reach out and see what it is, and let's see if we can clarify that.
I mean, when you look at the preamble, the purposes for this section, this article number 4 in the subdivision ordinance is to provide flexibility in planning and construction of development projects by allowing a combination of uses to be developed as an integrated as into the whole in accordance with and in an approved plan that protects adjacent properties. I mean, that's the first. There's 5 objectives to this. And this is right down the lines of what we are talking about with Simple Cities. I mean, it really, you know, and I know that just irks some people, that effort and this ordinance are converging, but the fact is it's already in the books.
Right. And this is the opportunity if we need to change it.
Right.
So, all right, good.
That's all I got.
Perfect, all right. I think this gives us lots of opportunity. Again, reach out to the people that or if you have contact with them and you can get some insight into like what is that trade-off and
I know exactly who they are.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that we need to have those conversations. All right. Thank you for all of you. Economic Development Corporation. We haven't made a ton of progress. It's really talking through some of the challenges. Part of it is making sure that we understand what is good commercial development that we encourage and what is not, what is negatively impactful on the city, and we talked about some of those. We'll be talking a little bit more about some opportunities in the county on the meeting on Thursday. I don't remember the exact agenda on that, but I will come back to you next month with an update on that one. Next item is discussion and appropriate action on the quarterly financial report.
The commentary, you've got 2 reports provided to you. One is the quarterly financial and the quarterly investment. I'll say that overall we're very, very healthy from a financial perspective. Some of the departments look like they're way overspent. Generally, that is, we looked into printing, by the way, Sheena, at the library. It is not because tourism was using the printer, although they were. I was able to verify, well, I'm a little frustrated because I was able to verify that, and actually Darren Ham verified this because I was going to hit his budget. It's like, no, wait, let me look at that. He pulled the contracts, he pulled what they were doing. There's no overage charges. What happened was we just didn't budget enough money for that lease. And so it looks like she's going over every month because she didn't have that much money budgeted for her lease.
Okay.
So we corrected that in the new budget, but that's what was making that overage look the way it was. Parks and Rec, you'll see it's considerably higher. That's because of the community center project.
Right.
We don't have the offsetting revenue to match that yet. But generally speaking, when we see an item that's above that 60% threshold, a lot of times it's because there's some kind of special project involved that's being built there that council's approved. So they're kind of non-standard budgetary items, if you want to think about it that way. But overall, we're looking really, really good. Our revenues are very, very solid. sales tax especially.
It's interesting, we had a dip in March in sales tax.
Yeah.
Slight dip, but every other month has been significant. Any questions on the financial report?
No.
All right, could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Accepted.
I have a motion by Councilperson Carey, second by Councilperson Councilmember Martinez.
Don't hurt.
I'm going to just say council member every single time. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next item is discussion and appropriate action on quarterly investment report.
Yeah, not a lot of detail there. We aren't very fancy when it comes to our investments. We didn't use a tax pool account for our funds. We had looked at that at one point, but the fact of the matter is we keep most of our funds local. We want it in one of our local banks here. And to move all those funds would, devastate's a strong word, but severely negatively impact the bank. So we worked out an agreement whereby they would match or come very close to matching the percentage that we would have made in the tax pool account.
Oh, nice.
And that's why you see, now y'all dedicated that interest to a general fund that can be dedicated. We dedicated for a fund to eventually remodel City Hall. So that's where that you'll start to see that in the next audit. You'll see that money is been here.
Great. Do I have any questions about the quarterly investment report? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion by Councilmember Martinez and a second by Councilman Carey. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Last item is discussion on future agenda items.
Have we set a date yet for our next work session, joint session with the police?
No, I think that we need to do that. Do we want to do that right now?
We need to.
We need to.
Yeah, on the, put it on the next one.
Calendar dates.
So that's one I didn't put on there.
I don't think it'll be until June for sure.
I have not had a chance to talk with Sylvia, Cindy, about the issue that I raised about the public hearing on historic landmark commissions jurisdiction. And she's been too busy and I've been too busy, so we both agreed that we were both too busy at the moment, so we're gonna work on that.
All right, great. Thank you.
So I had, growth, we need to schedule the growth, how you're handling growth, public meeting as well. We'll do that at the next meeting, or we can send out some emails between now and then, try to get good schedules. This Saturday is the Castroville night at Additions Baseball. It's a 7 p.m. game. I need to know if any of you are going.
I will not be able to.
Carrie and I will likely be going.
I'm gonna sign tickets, probably a little hard, because they're electronic, they're a little different, they're gonna be electronic tickets, so we sign.
Can I let you know tomorrow morning?
You can, okay, yeah. I really need to know, I probably need to know by the end of the day tomorrow.
No worries. I asked my wife, she said, I'm gonna say yes, but I might say no on Saturday. I'm like, okay, well, you need to commit or not commit.
My niece's graduation is Saturday, so I won't.
All right, sounds good. Let's make sure that we take a look at some of the, let's see, what is it? On the next one, I think we need to look into some of the details about the senior citizen freeze on ad valorem and the billing. So I'll work with you, Scott, on what those look like. I think we just need to take counsel on where we're at.
Should we also look at timing on utility bill deadlines?
Yeah.
Late fees?
Somebody was saying that they have, was it Bruce? Yeah.
So you say 10%, and now it's 5%?
Now it's 5%.
Oh, no, he was saying that.
He said his utility moves the due date for fixed.
Yeah, they sounded like they were doing it on an individual basis.
Well, we do that too. We already do that, we just don't broadcast.
Yeah, okay.
The 10% are coming with a discount?
No.
No, we're
Talking about moving it to their due dates.
fixed interest people getting their checks after.
Yeah, people that get their social
Well, I
security,
understand, because they get it 4 times a month, various people.
right, it's based off your birthday, so it's,
In the past, we've had issues with this before.
Yeah.
But it specifically says like it used to be 10%, now it's 5%.
right, yeah, Bruce mentioned that,
He
yeah.
says that the senior discount used to be 10.
Right.
Yeah,
I said it is, yes, discount.
Because my understanding that the discount is 10%.
It used to be
I'm gonna apply this
10%,
week, I'll tell you.
When Jim Kelly came into office, we changed it to 5% on the electric to try to offset some of the.
So it was 10% on everything?
At one point, it was 10% on the full bill. And then they changed it to just electric because they felt like that was the most expensive for most people. But some people don't have gas, and so they chose the electric.
All right, well, let's revisit senior citizen discounts and billing policy. Okay,
I'll bring it back to the two items.
great. All right, anything else?
Movie adjourned.
I
No, I just was making sure. Well, we're through the agenda and adjourned at 10:40. Oh. Late meeting.
I've got a bright early departure tomorrow morning.
I'm gonna stop over there.
Survey 400 acres of.
I'm gonna tell you, you can go home.
I'll just lock the doors, you know.